21 pounds, 11 ounces, 21-11. And Randy Howell is leading the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell in beautiful Anderson, South Carolina. Let me hear it for Randy Howell. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass. Jeepers creepers, check out the peepers on that swamp donkey. That thing has golf balls for eyeballs.
Was that supposed to happen here? What is going on here? That thing is off the charts, and I'm talking about the probability charts. We are in a great place, Lake Hartwell, absolutely full of fish according to all our anglers, all 102 who are out there on day number 2 of the Bassmaster Elite Series Whataburger Elite. Here in Anderson, South Carolina. That's a shot from the weigh-in earlier this morning. And Randy Howell with a 7-pound, 15-ounce largemouth from this place. That's what they call a unicorn, an anomaly. I don't care, but it is a game changer for sure. 21 pounds and 11 ounces is the man with the lead right there. Randy Howell on day number 1 of 4 days of fishing. Now we're into day number 2. His closest pursuer, Koya Fujita, right there. Koya with 20 pounds and 9 ounces. There are only 2 anglers north of 20 pounds here, but everyone has high hopes today. Davey Hyde, that one knocked your eyes out for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely incredible the amount of fish that were caught. Not many that size. I mean, that is very unusual here for this lake, but Lake Hartwell is fishing very, very good right now. It has been all year long. It has been for a number of years, but it just keeps getting better and better, and that's something great to be able to say now. With all the tournament pressure a place like this gets, the fishing is actually getting better.
We are going to see plenty of fish caught today. There's our updated leaderboard, and it's Georgia's Paul Marks having ascended to the top here with the first double-digit limit of the day, over 10 pounds to put him at 29-11. Lee Livesey having a good tournament here, and there's Randy Howell, who started with a bang. That fish, incidentally, that we saw at the weigh-in yesterday was caught pretty much the first cast of the day, something he had set up in advance during the course of practice. Randy Howell is definitely the man of the hour. All eyes on him on this day, and we caught up with the 21-year pro with the Bassmasters earlier today.
I got a feeling I need to go. I wasn't going to, but I might go try that spot down there. I haven't been there since the first day of practice.
Austin Feely.
But there were some big ones schooling in that area. Might be boats over there anyway, I don't know, but it's going to take but a minute to run up there and try it.
10, Jason Christie.
Right behind him, a Bassmaster Elite Series champion and classic qualifier, the barrister Edward Locker.
The ticket in the morning early is as quick as you can jump around on these places because they bite, they feed heavily right now until about, seems like about 8:30 maybe, 8 to 8:30. After that, they get finicky in and they just run around and chase your bait. That's when I go to the bank.
Randy Howell has been looking to jumpstart this season for sure, and he got plenty of volts yesterday from that day number 1 performance. So we'll be with Randy all day today, and 5 other anglers. We'll roll those folks out for you as we go through the morning. Just getting started here. Again, that's scenes from the takeoff. A little bit over an hour ago. Where are we? Well, if you're familiar with the Bassmasters, this is a familiar place to you up in the upland part of the state, the northwest part of the state. We find Lake Hartwell on the Seneca and Tougaloo rivers here, about 45,000 acres. Lots of shoreline, lots of places to go and hide and get the job done. Green Pond Landing on the upper part of the lake is our headquarters for today. And Davey, we should see our anglers and all the other anglers distributed pretty widely around this place today.
Absolutely, this lake is fishing good, but one of the great things about it is fishing good from one end to the other. A lot of places we go, you'll see the anglers all kind of congregate in one area, but not that way this week here on Lake Hartwell.
Let's get out to Georgia's Paul Marks. 6-0 here.
No surprise to see Paul Marks doing well here. A lot of experience here on Lake Hartwell, and grew up cutting his teeth on Lanier, not far away. Very similar. Very
Pre-slime. Look how fat he is.
Starting out on these heron spawning type places, and then going to the bank, fishing, sight fishing a little bit, and then fishing offshore a little more in the afternoon for the spotted bass.
Little tub.
The rookie having a good season, started the day inside the top 20. Rest of Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
It's fine.
So all that earlier today, great start, as we say, over into double digits in his limit so far today, early on. Now we get out to Paul Marks live.
Tell me about this morning, Paul.
It started out pretty good. I got 2 3-pounders in there and then some little micro spots. Hopefully I can upgrade those. But started out pretty quick, caught several stripers, which is a good thing and a bad thing. So bass tend to run around with them, and sometimes you don't catch the bass and the stripers get it. There's big ones around. I caught a largemouth. That's a plus. It means there's some around right here. Just need a bigger one. It was a 3-pounder. Throwing this Zoom fluke stick, just weightless, reeling it. It's real subtle. Everyone else is like stroking a fluke and stuff real fast. Seems like they're liking this thing pretty good this morning. There wasn't much wind up there, so I figured it was gonna be calm down here too, but we got a little wind. I think that's why they're biting a little better. We're about to make a run now and go check a big bedfish. Hopefully she's still there and willing to bite.
It's all about making decisions. I talked to Paul last night. He said he had a big bedfish that he was going to early, but he wanted to stop on a herring spawning type place before he went there, hoping that no one would go to that bigger bedfish before he got there. So we'll see. Hopefully it works out for him, and someone hasn't already gone there and caught that fish this morning.
We'll be with Paul all day today as well. Right now that we're going back to our leader to start the day, Randy Howell. We say he had the best start of all.
One more chance.
It'd be hard to replicate that.
Walking balls right on them when they're breaking, they're usually biting. That's the only chance you get usually. There's one. Oh, that's a nice one there. It looks like a largemouth. He was on that rock. I don't even think that's a spot. I think that's a largemouth. Come on. He ate it too. That's a nice bonus largemouth. Look at that. He ate that thing too. We'll take that. About a largemouth. He's lost. He's fat though. He's already eating good. White blue. That's about 2 pounds, and he's probably about 2.6. 2.6. That's my guess. Bounced off that rock, and boom! It loaded up. First largemouth I've caught out here. I never found them yet, because if you can ever find a largemouth out here, still don't know if they've gotten out here yet. So many of them on the bank. Big rock you can see. Oh, there.
Randy obviously starting a little different today. Caught his fish early yesterday morning on the bed.
Give us an update, Randy. You're live.
All right, a little bit slower than I was expecting this morning. I don't know if it's just the areas today or something to do with the weather. We had some thunderstorms 3 or 4 a.m. and some rain, thunder, lightning. Sometimes it affects, you know, the shallow stuff, but I don't know. We had some schoolers in the first place I stopped and caught 1 or 2. I just caught a 2.5 or so here, but it wasn't a schooler, it was just a largemouth out here on the rock. So I'm seeing them on the active target a lot, but they're not grouped up and really chasing the bait. We're about to hit our window of it being about over with, it seems like, as far as the morning feed. So you got just a short amount of time and you land on the right spot where they're grouped up to catch them quick. And we just didn't do that this morning, so not a big deal. I didn't really do it yesterday either because I was bed fishing early. Then I came out and caught and finished my limit, but it took a little bit. But if we don't catch a good one out here, it really doesn't matter anyway because you got to cull out. But I caught yesterday morning out here. You got to catch a 3-pounder, but there are some big 3.5 pound spots mixed in out here in a lot of this bait. We just didn't get lucky enough to land on them yet. So, but it's a pretty day, man. They're gonna bite. As soon as I get in them pockets with that Cinco, they're gonna bite. We just got to get in the right little flow, a little rotation. I just like, it always makes you feel better to have a limit. I've got 3, I think. But we'll see. I was trying to let that rest. Somebody else is gonna pull up there now, so might run to another point here real quick, I think. Make a couple more casts. It's gonna be a good day though. I know somebody's probably landed on them this morning schooling. It is fun, man. That the second place I stopped, I was throwing that Livingston walking balls out there on them and they were smashing it, not getting it, and I finally hooked 1 or 2, caught 1 or 2 there, but they weren't the big ones like that were breaking. But it's always exciting when you got that rush going on top water.
Well, once again, I mean, the headline for starting the day was a 7-pound, 15-ouncer from Randy Howell fishing his 287th Bassmaster event. And that experience includes a lot of experience here on Lake Hartwell. But I'll go out on a limb, Davey Height, and say this is probably the biggest fish he's ever caught in competition here.
Yeah. They're few and far between. I mean, this place is loaded with fish, obviously, but those, you might as well say an 8-pounder, 715, post spawn. The fish was probably real close to 9 pounds a month or so ago. Giant fish, really anywhere, but especially right here.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, yes! Praise you, Jesus.
Oh my gosh, that's over 6, at least.
That's a 7, mate. Oh my God, look at the bug eyes on that thing. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Oh my God.
Yes.
That's a good way to start the day right there.
Oh my gosh. I shook it off the other
First
day.
cast, too.
First cast. Wacky Rig Cinco, first cast.
Randy Howell, boy, that'll pep you up in a big way. Had a fantastic day, number 1. We'll be with Randy all day today. It's going to be hard to replicate that one. That was an anomaly for sure. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us a little bit of weather in the area today. Randy talked about some pass through already. 77 for the high today. Cloudy all day and possibility of some scattered thunder showers later this afternoon, or perhaps even into the early part of the afternoon. 73% official chance of rain, so we'll have a little bit of that on the menu for today. These guys can deal with it. And there's your unofficial leaderboard, Georgia. Paul Marks jumping up to the top ahead of Randy Howell. Pretty good margin ahead of Randy Howell for now, but that will change very quickly. Lee Livesey, Cody Meyer, Kyoya Fujita started in second place. And all the rest. We got a big day of fishing coming up on Lake Hartwell. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Great to have you with us this morning on Bassmaster Live. Looking forward to a big day of fish catching today. We can make that promise. They have been catching them constantly since the start of that tournament about 26 hours ago. And that's the way our six that we have on camera. The top six to start this day after day one's weigh-in. Second place, Kyoya Fujita, 2 wins in his young career, 29-year-old from Japan, now living in California. This was moments ago.
This lake sets up really good for Kyoya, the clear water. Fish that are pressured, his finesse style.
The only other angler besides Randy Howell to go over 20 pounds yesterday, 20 pounds, 9 ounces.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Healthy looking.
2.5. 2.5. Yep.
Fujita on the board to get his day started. Number 2, everyone shooting for the top 50 spots after today's fishing. Top 50 will advance to Saturday's round. We spent a lot of time in the boat yesterday with this man right here, Drew Cook, one of the favorites, coming in here. This was earlier.
Got her. We got her. Woo! Nice in the mouth. Old front flapper got it done. Dude, that's it. Man, I like starting like we've had some good starts.
Yeah, man, good start.
That's a good one. Look at that. Oh. Dude, waiting until she went by the bed and then did her little stall thing and then eased back up there was the deal. Because like every time she would go by the bed, if I shook it, she'd like kind of geek out. It's a 4-pounder, man. Yes. Let's go. That's a beautiful Lake Hartwell bass. I mean, just nice and plump and pretty. Yes, dude, one more. One more.
Great start.
Yeah, watched him do that multiple times yesterday. Got himself 18 3/4 pounds to land his spot in the top 6. Let's go to another elite angler who's won here in South Carolina, at Santee Cooper Lakes, Oklahoma's. Excuse me, Luke Palmer.
Luke Palmer admittedly last night when I was talking to him, he said, I got to do what I got to do. You know, I'd rather have a flipping stick in my hand up power fishing, but
Oklahoma.
Could not catch him any other way this week.
I guess it's one of the ones I need here. Yep. Stay peg, baby. Come here, come here, come here. There we go. Boom. Oh man, that there helps the cause. No.
Most of the time on Lake Hartwell, you still have to have a largemouth or two in one-day events, tournaments, but it has changed. In multiple-day events, you can actually win with all spotted bass.
All spotted.
That was not the case a few years
Last time
back.
we were here, 46 pounds in the fall, 15 bass, all
I
spotted
don't suck
bass.
yet.
Got to do what you got to do to catch them, Davey. It seems like that's always been the way the sport's been. You got to
absolutely,
you got to catch it, whether you like it or not. You know.
Well, I like getting points, holding trophies over your head, and cashing checks, and all those things are real key things. If you want those to happen, you got to catch them in our sport.
If you're not going to the bank on Monday, you did something wrong on Thursday and Friday. You know.
Honestly, in the 90s, I would say you'd hear someone, and I agree. I'd rather catch one on top water than two on a worm. But if I'm a tournament angler, I'm gonna catch the two on the worm every time. I'd rather win the tournament.
If you're smart.
Yeah.
It's not how, it's how many.
The mornings actually, it's not terrible. I've lost a few fish, had some mishaps for sure, but I've got one of the considered right ones here anyway. You know, 3-pounder or so. I'm in an area that I actually caught I caught 3 of my biggest fish yesterday. I decided I'd start here this morning just to kind of see what might happen. And it might be an afternoon deal. Maybe these fish set up, they go ahead and get up here on the edge of the shoal and stuff for me. But this morning, there's some sitting around here, but definitely not like it was yesterday. I'm just going to be hard-headed and keep doing what I'm doing, but I know the key for me yesterday, and I didn't really have much till about 11 o'clock, and it was moving. And we shut down and not fired the big motor up since. So that makes a lot of sense on me, but there's fish around here. It's just a matter of the right ones going ahead and biting. I mean, they're here, but it seemed like yesterday, whenever we had that sky, it never got sunny, but it brightened up big time. After around 11:30, it seemed like, from 11:30 till check-in yesterday, I caught all my fish pretty much. So it's just one of the deals. We keep plugging around and hopefully run into 4 or 5 of these magnum spots and have us one of them bags, because it was a lot of fun having big spots yesterday. That's the biggest bag of spots I've ever weighed in. Because in Oklahoma, if you're catching spots, you're in sad shape. So you never know. This place, you could pull up and it'd be right. You could see a lot of flip-flopping in a leaderboard today just because conditions are still the same, kinda, but this place it's something else. Like, it's changed every day of practice compared to how I caught them the first day of practice till now. Has been completely different. So it's been a learning game for me every day. So it's just kind of keep your head down and keep rolling and keep moving, because when you pull up and they're wanting to bite, these things will bite.
Luke Palmer run through a good stretch of this 25 season. Got 13th place last week at the Pascatank River up in North Carolina. Starts the day 14th in Angler of the Year points. Now get back out to our leader to start the day, Randy Howell.
And Luke Palmer almost won the Classic here, if we remember that. He was right there in the top 5 all week, catching him a couple different ways when Jason Christie won.
Randy Howell's got Classic experience here. 2015 and 2018.
Come on. Be a good one. Be a good one. Well, it ain't a good one, but it's a keeper.
Trying to pull myself away from them so I don't run up on top of them. There you go, man. Strong little sucker. Ouch. Ouch, that was a close call. Nice little pounding. Red, white, blue, yellow. That's about a pound and a half. Oh, yeah, let's go.
Grant's bird's eye view, giving us a good look at this water.
That was, whoa.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
Whoa.
That's 4.
Randy almost made a cast right into our bird's eye view.
Yeah, no, that's one of the hazards of flying. Lake full, there's a little bit over full pool, I believe, right now. Getting rave reviews for quality, water quality.
Yes, definitely, definitely. A little pollen in the water, the only thing kind of giving it a little yellow-green tint.
Here's one. And come on, got that jerk bait. Another little keeper though. A little keeper. Thanks. Oh. Not a big one at all. Give them boys a picture out there for the still shots. Take a picture of this little one and I'm gonna cull shortly. That's a limit anyway. Yeah, that's a pound and about a pound and 4 or 5 ounces. That's a 5. We got 5 knocked out now anyway. Now always makes you feel better even though they don't weigh much. There's a bunch of them sitting out there.
We didn't expect for him to start with an 8-pounder again this morning, but having a limit early for Randy Howell, that's a good start.
It's pretty much right on track.
His limit is the weight of his big one yesterday.
A good start. I want to let you know about something called the TH Marine fantasy game. One of our we were gonna show you that, but we can't find it right now. But we'll get back to that a little bit later. It's great. The newest in the lineup. We'll explain it a little bit later. Coming back, Lake Hartwell, just a moment. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake Hartwell. Here's what we promised you when we left. Here, a look at the newest game in the lineup of fantasy games at Bassmasters, the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. This one is new, it is fun, and the most accessible of any of them. I mean, it's a simple proposition. We got 8 games, and you pick the winner of each of those games. They all have a theme. We'll start with the first one at this one here, former Classic champs here. That would be Jordan Lee versus Jason Christie. After we got that, we got the AOY leaders to start this tournament, Davis versus Garrett, and so it goes. So the more winners you pick, the better off you are in the standings, and you can do it. You can complete your duties on that in about 15 seconds, Ronnie.
Absolutely.
If you know what you're doing.
Yeah, if you're decisive enough, Davey, and not squabbling. This week was a little tough, having to pick between some herring guys and some other anglers, but I think right now we're 5-2, Tommy. We got 2 guys in my matchups that need some work to do today.
5-2 is good. Everyone thinks it's a cinch. It's not.
Oh, no.
It's not.
0 perfect brackets through 3 elite events.
You and I were talking with, locals, a lot of experience. They're actually from Lanier, but Emil and Paul, I mean, head-to-head, which one? And I think it's a coin toss, and I went with Emil, and Paul had a lot better day yesterday, but that could change.
But we get to see both of them now.
Yes.
With the cameras. It's great.
Let's get out live with our leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points to start the day. That's Jay Shakura, the former Rookie of the Year.
There we go. Good start to the day. Finally. Good filler worm prevails. Get a weight on him. Took long enough. I mean, that's like our first 3 of these, probably. Probably 3. Just under. High 2. We'll take it. That'll work. Still 290. We actually got 2 tiny little spotted bass in here that I really didn't even want to mess with. But.
Get a look there, Jay. Catching most of his fish spawning related, he said. Some of them he is seeing with his eyes, his polarized sunglasses, the others with his electronics around boat docks, some up on the shallower walkway parts of the docks, and some fry garters out around the ends of the floaters. So, but most are spawners or immediate post-spawn.
Jay obviously having a good season so far. His status is #1 in AOY, but he says he's mighty happy to be back on clear water here this week.
Great look. He just caught that fish off of the end of a dock, and you see him up along the shoreline now looking for him.
Yeah, we've seen him sight fish in salt springs. We've seen him jerk bait in canals. A little bit of this, a little bit of that this year. Just ever so consistent.
Looks like Paul Marks has gone to his one that he said on the bed, and he is fishing, so it looks like she must still be there. A little concerned that someone else might catch it this morning, but he's fishing. I assume this is the one he was talking about. I see her there, yep. The left side of the screen. Now she's swimming back across to the center. Big glide bait.
What are you trying to do here? I'm trying to get the female. She really likes this glide bait. I don't have any hooks on it. She's bit it twice when it's sitting in the bed, and then when I pull it out, she just goes, sits over there, and the male won't really get aggressive with anything. But yesterday there was one right here. There's probably at least 6 that I almost got to bite, but the male was doing the same thing. This is a different pair that showed up overnight. So hopefully I can get her to lock on and catch her real quick. It's a high 3, maybe 4. Watch, she'll follow this glide bait all the way to the boat. Come on. I've got her to get on the bed twice.
Always fun to watch these battles with good anglers, sight fishing. Yeah. Some wily bass on the beds. It's a matter of who blinks first.
It really is, and you learn a lot. What has taken years and years to for these anglers to learn a little trick of the trade. And he's throwing a glide bait right now in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament with no hooks on it. Big reason, just want to get that fish in a good mood and bite something else. It is obviously on the bed, and if you hook it on the outside of the mouth, you can't weigh it. And with a big glide bait like this, you would likely hook that fish on the outside of the mouth. So he's trying to avoid doing that. Normally, if they'll bite a bait like this a few times, and you can pick up almost anything else and they'll bite, because they just get in that mood of really protecting and guarding. But he said that it bit the bait with no hooks on it twice, but he hasn't been able to get to bite something else yet. Just another thing with Kyle Welcher 2 weeks ago, doing what he did with basically one bullet, one gun. It's really amazing.
Ain't looking good.
We saw Drew yesterday work on one of those 4-pounders he caught for almost a full hour before he caught it. He kind of takes it personal.
He does, and that can be a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I've had it get personal with fish, and then an hour and 20 minutes in, you're thinking this shouldn't be personal, and I'm probably not going to catch this fish. Especially if it's one that will help you, but it's not a 4 to 8 pounder. But that's funny you say that, because I certainly many times said it. It's gotten personal, and I should leave and go somewhere else and do something else, but it does happen. I think most bass are going to lose when Drew Cook gets personal with one on the bed, though.
Yeah, yes.
Davey, I had a bedding fish in like 7 feet of water I could barely see, and it was a battle, and it was a battle, and it was a big old crappie that I was so mad that I got it to bite, and it was not a bass.
I had a friend that did that a time or two.
Fishing
I'm going to go over here and see if any pulled up in this little pocket and look a few more places, and then I'll go spot fish rest of the day, more than likely. Just be nice to have a kicker.
Great example right here of having a lot of history on the lake and not so much. Paul Marks didn't stay with that fish very long at all. Yeah. He's got so many other things on his mind to go do. Drew Cook is committed.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works out for the one that doesn't have a lot of options.
We'll be keeping tabs on especially that Drew Cook situation right there. That's always fun to watch. Right now, let's take a peek at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points, and there you find Paul Marks sitting on top, 10-point advantage over Tucker Smith, who started the tournament with that lead right there. We should have seen Paul Marks coming last year on the Opens. He had 6 finishes in the top 12 out of 9 tournaments. That is an eye-popping venture out there, and big talent coming out here in his rookie season. Bassmaster Live here at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Whataburger Elite. You're in fantastic Anderson, South Carolina. Lake Hartwell. Our live coverage sponsored by Power Pole this week. And some great pictures from this. And weather today is a little bit more a possibility of some passing showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two in the area. But so far, so good. Looking forward to a whole lot of sunshine today. Sometimes that helps. One of the big approaches to catching big bass here on Lake Hartwell. But these guys are going to figure it out for sure.
All in all, though, just really good fishing days. Warm nights.
Yes.
Mild to warm days for this time of the year. It's just enough wind. All in all, just great fishing days.
Get out there, leader Randy Howell. Leader to start the day, Randy Howell, I should say.
I'm not standing on my Lowrances, all right? I've got resting right there. It's resting right there. My precision sonar mounts are strong, and I just put my foot there to rest it, and then I stand on the trolling motor. This is the first pocket I've come into. This is an area kind of that didn't have many fish in it the other day, but there were some good ones around in here. So I thought while I was already up this far, or down this far, I would come in here and check it. Not sure if anybody was in here yesterday, but they either come and caught them yesterday here, or they're
Male's getting fired up. One of them's fixing to eat it. Oh gosh, she had it and spit it out just as quick. Boy, it's amazing what happens when you can see.
Drew's got 2 fish in the boat worm, a good one, 4-pound largemouth.
Both a male and a female here. I think the female is a good one. Hopefully he gets hit to bite.
As soon as that male rolled up on it, she was like, oh no. Come on, girl. Too far out.
Feel some pollen on the water. Spraying a little water detergent mix there to clear that out of the way.
Sorry, my line touched you, I know. Where's the male at? No. I definitely need you to get back up there. Where's that male? There's the male.
Watching Randy Howell and Drew Cook. If Drew Cook's struggling with a bedfish, you know it's a hard one to catch because he's one of the best in the game at sight fishing. I'm here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, kind of looking over, if you're just catching up with us today for the first time, how day one went and kind of our reaction to some of these numbers, because we had high expectations for Hartwell, but there were some aspects that kind of reached higher than we thought yesterday. So looking at our day one stat sheet, big bass of the day, 715. You expect a 6+ pounder for sure at Hartwell, and almost 8 pounder is very uncommon, but we talked about it. That is the equalizer. You hate to have a tournament on your home lake or a lake you know well during the spawn, because that 715 is an equalizer for someone who may, like Paul Marks, 19 pounds and change. He did that probably very consistent weight. A 8-pounder eliminates whatever advantage he would have had. Now he's third. We had 2 20-pound bags with Randy Howell 2111, Kyoya Fujita in the 20-pound range as well. Every single angler weighed in a limit yesterday, and only 3 anglers anglers fell short of 10 pounds. We thought 10 pounds might have you just below the 80s. No, it had you all the way down to 99th place. A couple guys in the 9-pound range to fill out the bottom of the field. And then 14-7 for the cut line. Davey Height said it yesterday. Anglers were thinking 14 to 15 to make the final day or to maybe be in contention to win. Not the case. He said 14 to 15 to make the cut, and that's what it was. 14-7 after day one. So Hartwell put them out, guys. We talked about quantity here and how you can catch spotted bass and largemouth, but boy, the quality showed up big time yesterday.
Absolutely, and that comprehensive limits number, when is the last time we saw that? Because something's going to happen to at least one person
most
during
of the time,
course of a tournament.
You see it at like St. Lawrence, St. Clair, Champlain, places, but most of the time, big water like that, mechanical issues, someone's going to just not have a good day, Davey Height. And so to have everyone have a good day, even with mechanical issues, that shows you how good this place is.
Yeah, we did have a few of those yesterday, and they're still able to catch a limit. One of them, 17 pounds with some mechanical issues or some things going on. It's absolutely a fish factory right now.
And we got a lot of diversity. You said that's the start of the day yesterday. You said we're going to see a lot of techniques employed here. It's great. There's so many different opportunities to catch meaningful fish.
You know, you could certainly learn a lot about sight fishing. Last tournament 2 weeks ago with Kyle Welcher, we all learned a lot. I mean, what he did was absolutely incredible. But if you watch this event for 4 days, you can see from the best of the best. A Drew Cook sight fishing, a Paul Marks, Emil Wagner we had yesterday, out fishing offshore for spotted bass. You can learn so much in an event like this.
Absolutely. Well, here in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, we also have Mike Such-Sukon. And before our broadcast today in the Facebook Live, you mentioned an interesting statistic versus last week on average size of the fish. Tell us what that was.
Well, yeah, with 102 limits, we're, 215 is our average fish yesterday, and at Pascatank it was 2.9. I'm watching these guys coming up. We got a couple guys who can climb up. Cole Sands is over 13. It's early still, but he's in our top 10. And Cooper Gallant was 70th, and he's 5th right now. So let's see what guys can climb inside that cut, because it was tight.
I could swear, watching our coverage live last week at the Pascatank, the average fish was much, much bigger. And of course, what we saw, that was true. And of course, we're going to be concentrating on that main story of that tournament.
But so many places, you look at that top weight, it is good, and it might be better than what we see the winning weight here at Hartwell. But if you look down through the field, 215, it's just like that 8-pounder. I'm going to call it 80. It was 715. But a 215 average, I'm going to call it a 3-pound average throughout the field. Fish weighed in, that's about as good as it gets. Really good.
Yeah, and if you take away Kyle Welcher, who was a 6-pound bass average for his 20 bass, almost 120 pounds.
Bigger to us.
Yeah, like you think about that, that's a huge helper to the rest of the 3-pound average for the field. Yeah.
That fish Randy Howell weighed in yesterday is on some anglers' minds who have a lot of experience here, and I think a lot of these guys plan on fishing for those spotted bass, in that 5 to 10 feet of water. But, they have an 8-pounder. What a game changer, what a game changer. Play it safe, make a top 10, fishing offshore here, catching a lot of those spotted bass. But even these rookies, the number one goal in these events are to hold that blue trophy over your head.
And guys like Paul Marks, who know the Savannah River chains of lakes, the Laniers, lakes like that, they know that that's a possibility to catch a big largemouth, but that's the do or die mentality. But now they're like, if I can steal a largemouth on day 2, I won't need it this weekend. Like, I can get back to my normal plan the rest of the week.
Over 30 years, we've seen Lanier, Hartwell, these lakes progress where you had to catch largemouth to win. And now the spotted bass have gotten bigger on all these fisheries.
Swam way far away.
Oh, come on, baby, come on.
Paul Marks, as we mentioned, leading the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points, and right below him in that 4 box there with Drew Cook, our Rookie of the Year from 2019. Well, we're waiting for some bed fish to bite. We're also waiting to see some guys catching big spotted bass. That's coming today. We can promise that to you. We saw plenty of that yesterday. A lot of fun. The spots are bigger than ever. And we've ever seen them, I guess, at Lake Hartwell. The way it's progressed through the years. Paul Marks sitting on top of that leaderboard right now, having his best tournament of the year so far. Cole Sands, ditto for him, and Cooper Gallant as well. Palmer, Trey McKinney hanging in there. A little bit of trouble yesterday, but hey, shook it off with no problem. We've got all that and more coming up. As I'll say, TGIF, having a happy Friday here for sure. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Friday means day number 2. You got to make a move today. Make it into the top 50 so you can fish in semifinal Saturday here on Lake Hartwell. Got the full field out there, 102 anglers. Every one of them caught a limit yesterday. Let's talk about the ones who have done the best throughout this season so far. That's what Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year is all about. And there he is, the man on top. Didn't come here on top, but he is now after day number 1. Jay Shakeup of Wisconsin. Jay with the second place at the St. John's, 30th place at Okeechobee, and 15th at the Pasquotank River. That's pretty strong stuff for a guy from Wisconsin, for sure. So Jay Shakeup, he knows no geography, no boundaries at all.
Yeah, this is our 4th event of the year. We're start moving farther and farther north. For him to be in that position right now, look out. I don't think he's going to go away.
No, not willingly, that's for sure. He's got the ability to hang on, that's for sure. He's knocked out a Rookie of the Year title already in his career. And that's who we're going out to right now live. No, actually, we're going to show a little bit of the highlights from his day today so far.
Yeah, you take a look here, Jay. Caught most of his fish doing this. That first fish this morning was a bonus for him. Started on a shoal there where some schooling action was happening. But this is the way Jay caught the fish that he actually weighed in yesterday. You heard him mention this morning he had 2 little small spots he wanted to get rid of. Those were the ones that came from the shoals earlier this morning. But Jay Shakeup, when he can use his eyes and his electronics, shallow, clear water, he is always in the mix.
See many of our 6 favoring the lower half of the lake for sure in the course of this day and probably through the course of this week.
Oh, not much. Just checking for some bedfish. My big one wasn't there this morning, and went check, found another pretty nice one, but just didn't quite lock on. It's like 5 of them on the bed. None of them would pay any attention to anything. So, gonna look a few more places and go out and spot fish and get a decent limit, hopefully, and maybe look again later today. But definitely wish the big one was there because it was a nice one.
Game plan worked good for Paul yesterday, 19.5 pounds. He's got 3 1-pounders.
Yeah, like 2 more places where there are some big ones. Maybe they moved up and actually are on the bed instead of just cruising. Probably not. Probably not. They just are acting weird. These are the strangest bedfish ever.
We're at the stage in the spawn that a lot of these fish are coming and going really quick because of the water temperature being up high. It's almost like you have to commit to it. It's hard to just pop up there on the bank like you see Paul Marks doing and some of the other anglers. So, I'm gonna check one that I marked in practice, because most of those fish come and go within 24 hours.
That's why it's so rare that Randy Howell says, I got that fish to bite the same lure 2 days
I
ago.
caught my 5 yesterday.
and
There was some
shook it off.
2 pretty big ones swimming around that weren't on a bed yet, so maybe they took the one I caught's place on the bed.
And to go back and catch it, like
Yeah,
that's just
for every one of those, you had 100
no
stories
doubt.
just the opposite. So, I mean, it was just.
That's what's crazy about it. You're like, there's a little luck factor, but it's making the decision of, do you assume that's not going to bite, or do you go back and try it in the first cast they bite?
And for him to be middle of the pack, taking off yesterday, 50 couple place, to be the first one to get to that fish, it evidently was very obvious. A lot of people said they had it marked.
Leader knots.
Yeah, Prosnick weighed right after Howell and said, yeah, I was boat 79, 20 behind him, and he was already there.
Wasn't far from a boat ramp that's pretty popular to launch from, that gets you can get to many places real quick from it, so it's a nice boat ramp.
See the other one that was in here, so I'm gonna back on out of here. Well, better just go back here and just make a spin around just in case.
Let's move from Randy Howell over to 4th place to start this day. Oklahoma's Luke Palmer.
To me, they're just too shiny sometimes. Does it make a difference? I don't know, but it makes me feel better. I know I heard a story one time about Aaron Martin's. I think it was a marshal told me that. I think it was. Don't quote me on it, but he said Aaron was rigging up flukes and he was painting eyes and like the eyes and mouth and nose and everything on them. And if he didn't like it, he'd be like, throw it on the ground, would get another one, fix it. Finally got it the way he wanted, and then he got it the way he wanted, and the guy said, hey, do you want all those flukes? He stood up and caught fish on it. He's like, okay, it's right. And he stood up, and they got back, and he said, hey, can I have those flukes? And he's like, why would you want them? They won't catch fish. The mouths and stuff aren't right on them. But Aaron was quite the man that, you know, he was the real deal. Aaron was. I really, really respected Aaron, and wish he was still here. But he was quite the deal. When I heard that story, it makes me laugh every time I get a marker out to start painting or something like that. I'm like, Aaron probably wouldn't approve of my stuff. I'm not good enough like he was. God, I miss that guy. He was such a good guy, and really wish he's out here with us.
We all do.
Everybody's a pick for sure.
We always
one
hear
of a kind. Once in a lifetime, you meet somebody like that.
He enjoyed what he did too. A lot of pressure in professional angling, no doubt about it. But he enjoyed it. The highs and the lows. He always had a smile on his face.
Yep.
Almost always. If he didn't, it wasn't for long, I can promise you.
102 anglers. Besides those 6 we have here all day long out there trying to get it done today. We hope everyone gets a limit as they did yesterday. Always check it out, Rapala, Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the original, the OG fantasy game here. You pick 5 for each event from the full field. See how your fortunes fare against everyone in the world. Bassmaster Live as we continue through the morning of day number 2, moving day out here. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. We got Paul Marks of Georgia, having gone past Randy Howell, who started with the lead today. Take that top spot. Jay Securit floating up second place right now. Keep your eye on Jay Securit for pretty much the rest of the season. It'd be a good idea. Randy Howell now in 3rd place. Cole Sands, and in 5th place we see Cooper Gallant. We talk about how close everything is, how the opportunity is there for everybody. Cooper Gallant started, believe it or not, in 70th place today. Davey, I think we got a name for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to call it Mercury Move of the Day, a giant move for Cooper Gallant from 70th to 5th place. What a good start for him after a slower day yesterday. Actually, 70th place wasn't so slow. I'm sure he caught a lot of fish, just didn't have the quality like he does this morning. Mercury Move of the Day really got things going about 8 o'clock, a few minutes after 8 with a 3.5 and then another 3-pounder just a little after that. Today's total weight, 1310, about what he had yesterday for the whole day. A little more, actually, than he had yesterday for the whole day. Cooper Gallant, Mercury Move of the Day. Good to see Cooper having him a good day today.
Welcome to the top 10.
Yes, sir.
You know how big that is in AOY with his 70th place points? He was down in 69th. Right now on Bass Track with 5th, he's 29th.
Wow.
In AOY points. That's a big change.
That moves.
Yes.
That's moving the needle right there. Jay Shakeup. Let's get back out to him. He's our points leader, by the way, for this season.
Not as big as I thought. It'll work for now. Yeah, look the bug out. For a 2.5 pounder, he ain't. Got some big eyes on him. It's a 212. Need some threes. All right.
Doesn't seem like a lot, but the difference between a 2.8 and a 2.12 times 5.
Oh yeah.
Is
that's many positions.
Many positions.
We talk about the top 10 today, but today's really all about the top 50. 14.7 was the 50 cut yesterday, and there's about 25 anglers within a pound and a half above that, 25 anglers within a pound and a half of that below. I mean,
yeah.
Come on.
As an elite angler, you never want to miss a cut, but there are going to be a lot of guys that miss
I thought
just
that was gonna be
just a smidget.
It's on a bed.
$8 ounces over 2 days. Going to mean whether they're driving home tomorrow or not.
It's
a lot of them, not just one person. There'll be 10 that'll be like that.
Sure.
From 40th to 61st, everybody has 14.0 to 14.15.
Unbelievable.
Is that one of those Davey knows? Davey knows 52 guys aren't fishing tomorrow, or?
Yeah, I would go out on a limb and say there'll be 52 guys that do not fish tomorrow.
My bold prediction, by the time Sunday gets here, only 10 anglers will have a shot to win, Tommy. Yeah.
Living in fantasy world.
Haven't seen Paul do a lot since he transitioned to the shoreline, looking for those bigger fish, but it only takes one to change your entire tournament. And it doesn't have to be a 7-15 like Randy Howell called it. A 5, a 6 will change your whole tournament. When you can back it up with a lot of 3-pound spotted bass, like I feel like Paul Marks can certainly do. 2 12s to 3s, 3 1/4s.
It'll be super hard to see this wind. Try to block it.
Robert G coming from the 60s into our top 10. Just caught a 3+.
He's due for a 2025 breakout event. We saw him,
It's like a
it
nice
seemed like
one,
about
huh?
every other tournament last year.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing him again soon, maybe this week.
No, don't spin us. No.
Just a beautiful shot from down there. Lower lake. We see the bottom way more clearly than Paul is. I mean, it's just so as you know. I mean, he's got a different angle to deal with, more reflection.
It's almost like watching poker on TV. You can see the cards that he can't see.
That's right.
That little bit of breeze really hurts him. But where he's at on the front of that boat, and we can see right through it.
I don't know where they went.
You can burn some time. This time of the year, you'll have fish that are just up there cruising. You spot one of them and
There's the little one.
put your raptors down and think that it's a bedding fish. Might take you 5 or 10 minutes to figure out the fish was just up there shallow, looking for bluegill or something to feed on. God, it is a view. You see his bait sitting on the bottom plenty today. Sure wish one would swim back up there. It'd be great to watch.
That would be outstanding to see that from this angle.
Yeah, be able to see the whole process of him fishing for one on the bed, but they're just not there. They didn't come back. It's great to have both angles. You can see the camera in the boat with him. The glare you can't see very well at all. That's what Paul is dealing with. And
yeah. Six of our top 10 anglers to start the day have been supplanted by others. Cody Myers, the latest. He caught a 311. He's jumped into 5th place. Yeah, lots of movement going on up and down that leaderboard. Meanwhile, it's a little slow in that particular spot, that little cove right there for Paul Marks. Get you updated on all the changes in our top 10, as Such referred to moments ago when we get back. Keep it going this morning. Moving day here on Lake Hartwell. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, the location, Lake Hartwell, Northwest South Carolina, Anderson, our fantastic host city. This is day number 2, our full field fishing for the second day in a row, 102 anglers, hopeful of getting the 50th place or better. Power Pole brings us, sponsors our live coverage for you today, I should say. Very thankful for that. Beautiful spot, beautiful day so far, with some possible showers coming up a little bit later.
Time we talked about Randy Howell, 7:15, big bass of day 1 helping him lead, and we got to watch it a little bit earlier. If you haven't seen it, go to Bassmaster.com, check it out. We'll probably replay it as well on the show throughout today. Davey Height, we talked about all these blueback herring lakes, and we saw some guys using them yesterday. Let's talk about the sight fishing, shallow water aspect that we're seeing come into play for half our anglers.
Yeah, this is something that we absolutely see all the anglers using. It, different type stick baits, but the Cinco is probably the staple. In my opinion, is probably the number 1 soft plastic bait in the country and has been for a number of years. This time of the year, most of the anglers are wacky rigging the Cinco. They're using a little, Finesse Nico type hook here, like a red line, number 1. Some anglers use a rubber band to put around this bait to be able to use the baits more, but then a lot of anglers actually just hook that bait right in the middle there. 0 weight, a small hook, light line, usually 8 to 10 pound test. That's how Randy Howell caught that fish yesterday. The biggest bass of the tournament, I'm going to say, will probably be the biggest bass, not only so far, but of the entire tournament. 7:15. This is something that if you're going fishing throughout the country this time of year, immediate pre-spawn, spawn, and immediate post-spawn, you absolutely need to have a stick bait like this Cinco rigged up, wacky rigged, light line, catch a lot of fish. You see some anglers just committed and fishing this, but then you also see a lot of the anglers that are up there looking for one on the bed. They'll just pitch this around and catch some bonus fish during the day.
Absolutely. So my question for you, strategy-wise, are you going to pull up with your Texas rigged creature bait on a bed fish first and go to that when they're spooky, or is that going to be the first presentation you throw out there just in case?
Yeah, great question. Depends on the cover that you're around. If I'm around some cover that, at Lake Hartwell, you'll see with the high water, some of that brush is in the water, maybe around a boat dock where you have cables, then I'm probably going to use heavier line and pitch a creature bait in there. But this is something, if I don't get a bite, I'm going to pitch in there, and you'll just take your chances with the light line. You want to get that bite first and foremost. But if I don't have a lot of cover around, this is going to be the first thing I put there, because sometimes if you put a big a creature bait around a fish that isn't in the right mood, then you'll have that fish just swim off and might not come back for 10 or 15 more minutes.
Well, these fish are definitely in the stage of the spawn. As we bring it over to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, following up on the sight fishing deal, the Deep Dive app, you look at the water clarity like we saw yesterday, and we talk about how big Lake Hartwell is, 960 plus miles of shoreline, longer than the coast of California. Where do you go sight fishing wise? But if you showed up to Hartwell right at the beginning and thinking maybe I can get some spawning fish, maybe this upper reach, the more northern portions of this fishery may have sight fish and spawning fish first. You may start to see this portion of it, the 6 and 20, the Andersonville Island, the Green Pond, South Carolina portion, kind of where the Seneca and the Tougaloo all meet. That's the place that's going to have a good overlap of probably sight fish for actual bass spawn and then the herring spawn kicking in around the same time. And the last place on the lake would be the bottom end of the lake. You start to see a Paul Marks. You see some of these guys like Will Davis running around multiple parts of the lake. That takes some time, but you get to sample and see fish out on points doing the spotted bass deal around those islands. If you didn't pop into those pockets and see sight fish, that may be where they're headed. The bottom of the lake will be the last place they start spawning. And so we'll start to maybe see those sight fishermen transition south on Lake Hartwell the next few days, maybe into the weekend.
It's where we have seen that man, our leader, Paul Marks, all day long today in that section of the lake. A little bit slow for him, but he's successfully hanging on to that lead. Got a good start today.
I'm just going to come out here and try to catch some spots, get a decent limit, and then I might go look later, or I might do this all day, depending on how big of spots I can catch, how quick. I probably should still be doing herring spawn stuff, but I just don't have much confidence in it to catch anything. Seems like all little guys.
Didn't take long for him to go out and do what
pretty nice spot.
we talked about earlier, is his, plan C later in the day, catching these bigger spotted bass.
I'd say.
Going to replace a 1-pounder.
Yeah.
God, give me some time.
Oh, 3-pounder, so it helps. Cold like a 1.4 or something. Pretty big coal.
A lot of these spotted bass are still spawning just a little deeper on the lower end of the lake.
Good. I just need I need 4 more of those. 3 more at least.
Then you also have the post spawn ones that are on those shallow stumps, rock piles, brush.
These spotted bass, as you pointed out yesterday for all our viewers on live, now are a lot heftier.
Yes.
Than they have been in the past here on Lake Hartwell. That's a phenomenon. That's a nice trend to have going on.
Yes, it
at
is.
the place you like to fish.
Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Not big. Look at that ugly thing. Weigh about 2 pounds, maybe.
Prime example right there.
Yeah.
Just what you said, Tom. That immediate post spawn largemouth. About the same length of that spot we just saw, but one weighs 2 pounds, the other one 3.
3 plus.
2 pounds. At least it calls out. I don't know if number 1 or number 2. Yeah, they're both the same. Caught that one on a wacky worm. Old wacky. Strike King Ocho. Right there, just a little 4-inch green pumpkin with a little Yamagatsu Nico.
Where did we just see
Nico
that?
hook weedless.
Is he watching us? He's been using a drop shot all day.
I thought it was gonna be bigger, but that's all right.
No fair.
Yeah.
That was our Bass Pro Shop's top tackle. Oh, no, here's a top tackle. What? What's that?
Which one's Jay?
None.
Jay's a hockey guy, not football.
Absolutely.
That's, I mean, you just have to appreciate how talented young Jay Security is, because that wacky rig is no secret. I mean, we just talked about it and told the whole world.
Right.
Him using his electronics is certainly no secret in April of 2025.
No.
He's just really good at it.
He's,
really good
consistent.
with it.
He shows up every day.
Yes. Spotted bass, largemouth, smallmouth.
Whatever it is, he's got something for it. Fujita, one of our 2 anglers with 20 pounds plus on day number 1. A little slow going to start today. 2 fish in the boat, 4 pounds thereabouts total.
We'll be willing to bet he's got largemouth on his mind, although he did catch a few of those yesterday. But after you see an 8-pounder, basically an 8-pounder weighed in on day 1, you start thinking, I'm going to have some of those. Maybe not an 8, but I'm going to have some of those bigger largemouth. Got a big old swim bait in his hand.
I didn't think, Tommy, when we started the show with Fujita having 2 fish, that he'd still be on 2 fish.
Not at this point.
Falling to the 20s.
We're kind of stepping on into the morning here. Well, the halfway point of the morning for sure. Paul Marks, though, hanging in there. Had a good spot moments ago. Jay Shakura tucked into second place right there. And Randy Howell, he's got 4. Bunched together pretty close, including Tennessee's Cole Sands, part of the mix now in the top 10. Live coverage here on Bassmaster Live of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. This is the 4th stop of the year. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series here in Anderson, South Carolina. Started the day with the veteran of many, many years, Randy Howell, on top of our leaderboard on the strength of an almost 8-pound largemouth that he caught first cast on day number 1. Right now, Randy Howell sits in 3rd place, not too far behind our leader. That's him right there, Paul Marks. Paul Marks, one of 2 anglers from Lake Lanier in Georgia that were kind of co-favorite. One of the 2 of the co-favorites coming in here amongst the top favorites. We've all got multiple favorites. Paul Marks, this is earlier today, taking over the lead.
Yep. Started out fishing some schooling points, blueback herring spawn. Taking advantage of that in the morning. You sell that one good 3+ pound spotted bass, and I think this is another one. He had 2 solid fish, yep. Largemouth there.
Little tub.
And he filled his limit with smaller spots that we've seen him cull a couple of those already, but a good start for Paul Marks. Said he had a good one on the bed that he was going to go to after he did this, but he was able to get his limit before he needed to do that. Another solid spotted bass right there.
Pretty big coal.
So that was the spot he caught after he went bedfish, did not cull any doing that, and went back out, started fishing.
Live hooked up.
Yeah. Good one here.
Pretty big spot. Come here. He shrunk. I felt that. Not bad when he shrank though. I thought he was like 4.5 when he jumped. Just 3 1/4.
That's the scary thing is 8-pounders look way bigger than that, 4-pound largemouth look way bigger than that, but somebody's going to come in every day like Paul with 5 3+ pound spots that look like just regular fish and have 16, 17 every single day.
Way more than you think.
It's their backup plan too. It's his security blanket, so to speak, to be able to go out and catch those 3-pounders. Really surprised that Emil had such a tough time catching 3+ pounders yesterday doing what he did. Great at it. He just, didn't get in the right flow of things, I guess. But
back to Jay Shakeup. That'll help.
Decent little spotted bass. Ooh, I got him on the new Strike King Tumbleweed. Little dice action. It's actually not as big as I thought it was gonna be, which I'm a little disappointed about, but it's all right. Let's see. It's a 2.5. A little over. We'll just call it a 2.5. There's a little belly, but
full reveal. Just gonna have to come out and say it. I have played around and caught a few on the tumbleweed. Tumbleweed on Lake Murray.
No kidding.
Well, ain't big as I thought.
Oh boy.
On that cable. I'll cut one out. It ain't big though. Spotted bass too, not a largemouth. Long and skinny, boy. A long and skinny head.
It's an upgrade.
A little bitty one I had.
There's 1-pounder there, hit the road.
One he just let go is not even big enough for a sandwich, Tommy.
Probably about 1 pound and 6 ounces, probably 1 pound and 5 ounces.
Finger food.
That's good. We get a bite though. Get back out here where the water's a little cleaner.
Let's take a deeper dive into our leaderboard. All unofficial, of course. This is Bass Track numbers. These are not official till we reach weigh-in time, and we see Paul Marks hanging in there, top. Can't get much traction ahead of Jay Shakeup. Jay catching him steady as he does each and every day, it seems like. Randy Howell coming in there, but nothing like the giant we saw him with yesterday. Haven't seen that from anybody, even close, so far today. Cole Sands and Trey McKinney, beware, moving up that leaderboard. JT Tompkins starts our second 10 right there. Goes all the way down to Scott Canterbury with 25.5 pounds. That includes Luke Palmer, who's fallen out of the top 10. That's Logan, 21st place. Tucker Weeder, Ed Lochran, Will Davis started out good yesterday. Started out with the AOY lead as well. He is fallen out of that league. Patrick Walters spent a lot of time with him yesterday. We talk about a lack of big ones coming up today. Drew Cook is actually the Phoenix Boat's big bass leader right now with that 4-pounder that he caught early. And yet he doesn't have much to put with it, thus he's tumbled down into the mid-30s. From the top 10, 6th place, in fact.
See, his shots on goal they got bigger bullets. You know what I'm saying? He gets another 4 in a minute, he's way back up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And he's been on one about that size for about 45 minutes, so hopefully he gets it.
All right, the Yeti hot seat now, 50th place, Gerald Swindle. Right below it, actually the man on the hot seat, you have to say, is our champion from 2 weeks ago, Pasquotank River in North Carolina, Kyle Welcher. Greg DePalma, Keith Combs, who was also a big part of that tournament last week. Steve Kennedy. Sure appreciate everyone watching this morning so far. Bassmaster Live on Roku. If you want to continue watching this Day number 2 action from Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Whataburger Elite, just join us over here on Bassmaster.com. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us here today. Started out in the boat with 6 anglers, still with 6 anglers. We'll be with them all day long, all the way to weigh-in time, 3 p.m. local time, Eastern time. This afternoon, one of those anglers is Drew Cook, whom we spent a lot of time in the boat with yesterday. Some very entertaining battles of the wits he had with fish on the bed, big largemouth on the bed here on Lake Hartwell. He's involved in a lot of, and has been for a good while, involved in another one of those skirmishes, one of those battle of the wits. This fish for well over an hour, closer to an hour and a half this has been going on, trying to catch this one fish.
Just mentioned Drew Cook.
Gosh dang it, she had it again, but she pointed it right at me.
I thought it had been 45 minutes or so. It's been almost 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Please don't mess this up. I don't know how many times she's gonna do that. She was like facing this way and went, like turned around and went around and was like, ah, and ate it and like had it, came right to me, and she opened her mouth again. I thought she was gonna spit it, but she was just like getting it even more. I was like, now she's acting squirrely. Get on up there, baby. I'm kind of shaking a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Gosh dang, how did she miss that? How did she miss it that time? Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, dude, she went bananas on it.
Second miss, and I promise you, after watching Drew Cook over the years, he's not setting the hook like that unless he actually knew that bait was in that fish's mouth.
He sees the bait's gone, or he doesn't see the bait anymore.
Yes.
Yep, we have to. Gosh almighty. Maybe we'll roll through this pocket, maybe there'll be some more in this pocket, and then we'll come back over here and throw at her, and hopefully she'll bite it.
That's tough to commit an hour and a half on one fish and have a couple opportunities. Close calls. At least he didn't hook the fish, and maybe he can come back to it in an hour or so if someone else doesn't fish for it. And
went through that routine first thing this morning. Netted him a 4-pounder, the biggest fish of the day.
Yeah.
So it's worth it if it works out.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, Jay Shakura.
Not nearly as big as I thought. Call it that skinny one though.
A little more than 2 pounds, it looks like.
That would be that one.
3 fish, 3 different lures.
Steady Eddie, too. Steady.
He catches them no matter what he's doing.
Oh, boy.
Back to Drew Cook. We We can't not watch this.
Right. It's great to get to see how, even for one of the best in the business is height fishing, we can all agree on that, I think. Sometimes things just don't work out like you hope, and it can cost you dearly in the tournament.
Ah! What's going on? Goodness gracious. We're kind of just catching bass mode. One pounder, but we ain't got but two. It's a woulda one, but for now, he can ride. Number 3. It's not what we just fished for 2 hours, but it's a bass.
Yeah, Drew's still not even a limit. He's not worried about that. He wants to do what he's doing right now. That's his meat and potatoes, and you can't keep him away from it.
No, you really can't, and it's worked out good for him so many times, and it's unfortunate that he spent an hour and a half on that fish.
Dave Mercer standing by, joining us from the Green Pond Landing there. Dave, terrific day yesterday. It was so much fun watching you with Randy Howell weighing in that big giant bass and that big limit. And Randy Howell, after all these years, still out here competing with these guys, back with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just one of the many stories we got working here.
Yeah, it was great to see Randy back leading a Bassmaster Elite Series event, back in the top 10. Been a long time, and he's loving every single minute of it. But let's be honest, nobody wants to hear from me. Everybody wants to see if Drew Cook is going to catch that bass, and I'm betting he does. I mean, he does. I mean, he's a gambler, but these gambles generally pay off for him. But it is really, it's like watching, when you go to the casino and you see the old lady and she's just been pumping quarters into that one-armed bandit all morning long, and it's going to pop. I mean, you can't leave. If you leave the slot machine, if she's to leave, she needs to leave right away and get out of that area, because you don't want to stop and watch some weirdo like me throw a quarter in and then win, because that's exactly what will happen if he leaves this fish. But I'm betting that he catches him. What stood out to me, guys, yesterday's weigh-in, it was the Elite Series at times is a good way to ruin a great fishing day. You had 102 anglers coming in here feeling good about their day, feeling like, hey, man, I got my job done. And as they stood at those troughs, one by one, they were shocked at how well they caught them. It took, I believe, in Pete Robbins' article I read last night, it took 14 pounds for Hank Cherry to make the top 10 the last time we were here. 14 pounds a day. It's 14 and a half pounds to make the cut, to get inside the top 50. So this fishery, whether it's due to technology or whether it's due to just this fishery getting better, it is better, and we are hitting it better than we ever have.
Yeah, Dave, so I couldn't help but watch the weigh-in yesterday myself, and seeing every single angler come in with a limit of bass is so unusual. It's actually more work for you, more work for tournament director Lisa Talmadge to weigh in that many fish. You do such a great job, I guess, encouraging anglers sometimes when they come in with 2 bass, 3 bass, but you didn't have to do that yesterday. They all had limits. But I know no one really knows the reason why this lake has gotten better, but you being there on site this week, and you've been there many, many times before, just from the shore looking out and watching some of this footage, what do you think is the reason that these fish, especially the spotted bass, have gotten bigger and bigger on Lake Hartwell?
I just think they're getting bigger. I mean, the forage base, it's just lakes are cyclical. You see that go through a lot of areas. And I think technology is playing a big part of this. So let's be honest, guys. I mean, they've got eyes under the water. The sport has turned into sight fishing all year long, whether you're doing what Drew Cook is doing and looking at it or whether you're looking at it on your graph. So I think technology is playing big time here, but the lake is just healthy and it's amazing. I mean, the lake is a story of this whole area. Really, if you look at the work that you see happening on the water and you see that paying off, and it's really easy to see somewhere like Green Pond Landing here, like where we're standing, you can see how this community continually invests in the infrastructure that is this lake from outside of the lake. Well, the same things are happening. These fish are being taken care of, and it's just a cyclical thing. I think the fish is just getting better. The bait fish, you know, it's just a good time to be a bass on Lake Hartwell is my long way to answer a question that I really don't have the answer for, Davey Hyde, I'll be honest. You're much more adept to answer a question like that. I just moved the hole that makes the words. You actually have talents and abilities.
Ah, you're good at that, Dave. You're absolutely the best in the world at that. What do we have coming up at the halftime show today? You and Tom and Steve Bowman. It was kind of fun to watch yesterday. You got a little impatient at times, I think, but that's fun to watch too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
We will have a lot of fun. We're going to spend a little more time watching some fishing because everybody loves to watch bass fishing. And we will have, of course, Tom Abraham from Bassmaster Radio going to join me again. We will have the award-winning Bo Knows segment that we're all looking forward to, and he will regale us with more knowledge and little info nuggets that you maybe didn't need or didn't know you needed, but you're going to get them.
Okay, I didn't know it was award-winning, but way to go. Way to go, halftime show. We can't wait to see it. Thank you, Dave Mercer. Be forth the halftime show coming up soon, and also officiating at the weigh-in starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. It is moving day. Time to move into the top 50 on this day. Paul Marks leading the way so far. Jay Shakurit, cannot shake Jay Shakurit. Trey McKinney, steady moving up today, so watch out for that young man. As always,
he is on fire, Tommy.
I'm telling you what. Oh, thanks, Ronnie. That's
where there's smoke, there's fire.
Ronnie got a good one off right there. Maybe he can explain that for us when he comes back. Here we go, moving on, pressing on through the morning, headed toward the midway point already. This 4-day event called the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Whataburger Elite. That's too much to say at one time.
Thought you were going to say, what a tournament.
What a tournament, Whataburger. Power Pole brings us our coverage, sponsors that for us. We appreciate Power Pole taking part in things today. We have seen a lot today, a lot of moves. Our top 10 has become repopulated more or less a couple of times over during the course of today, but one of the constants so far on day 2 has been this man, Paul Marks. Took the lead fairly early on with a quick limit, and he's been hanging on to it.
Got the best bag of the day, 14 pounds, 10 ounces. Matty Wallen from 69th. He's got 14-0. He's up to 9th.
I think it might help. Maybe. Yeah, a couple ounces.
Get it over to Randy Howell.
There's one. Large mouth. It's not that big though. Come on, quit fighting, dude. You're not that big.
Fling my Cinco off like that. That's just not even a 2-pounder, but that's a bite.
No big ones yet for Randy today. Had the biggest one yesterday, if you're just joining us, almost 8 pounds.
He looked a little disgusted there, Davey, with his head.
I mean, he's got his rod doubled up, but
not happy. No, this is.
Don't think this is a bass. In fact, watching his rod tip, I'm gonna say it's a catfish. A lot of hybrid, a lot of striped bass.
Is that your bold prediction for the day? This is not a bass, it's a catfish.
Bold prediction of the day, absolutely.
Luke started up in 4th place today, and he's subsequently fallen out of the top 10. Still one to a limit, too.
I can tell you, though, if someone's driving by right now, Davey, he's going to play it like it is a bass. Look at this, I'm bowed up, stay off my spot.
I will say Luke Palmer caught all of what he weighed in the second half of the day yesterday. So let's not get discouraged.
No, don't.
He seems
get
to be
ahead of
getting.
ourselves. Yeah.
He seems to be maybe a little discouraged. I think. Rumor is he's caught several catfish and hybrid. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
It's the weirdest looking catfish I've ever seen. Nice. If you weren't in a bass tournament.
Thanks, time waster.
Wow.
Caught a few other off species during the course of this morning, so looking to break out of that cycle as quick as he possibly can. Like you say, Davey, the second half of the day can't come soon enough for Luke Palmer.
Exactly. I mean, as far as striped bass go, even on Lake Hartwell, that's a nice one, you have to say.
Oh, man. And
he's
looked perfect, absolutely perfect, too. I mean, come on.
Someone got excited, it wasn't him.
Here we go.
What's a little bassier?
There we go.
Yeah, nice spot.
Boy, what a chub.
Yeah,
Short
it might
and
not
fat.
even be long enough.
Short and fat, ain't he? Look at him. Hi. Thank you, little buddy.
I didn't realize he was still one shot of a keeper. That's part of the reason he was so frustrated with the striped bass.
Someone's watching right now and wondered why he was so mad at that big fish he caught and so happy about that small fish he caught.
Faint hint of blue skies off in the distance there. Maybe we get some sunshine for these bed fishing guys.
Paul Marks mentioned earlier this morning he'd caught a couple of striped bass, and it's just something you have to deal with on a lake that has a lot of bait and different species of game fish.
I'll call a little bit.
see that, Davey? Just he's getting a gauge of it, just a little shake of the fish to see how much it actually weighed.
Steady upgrading.
One after another on the spotted bass.
He had a
Man from Lake
5-pounder
Lanier.
yesterday. Paul Marks did.
Wow. Good cook. All right, we got something on.
Oh my
No,
God.
off.
Are you kidding me? I hooked it, I was like, dang. Might be a good one. Oh gosh.
Had a few swings and misses today, that's for sure.
Oh gosh.
But you got to swing on them when you think the time is right. You're not always
You gotta
right.
be kidding me, dude. How?
All right.
Let you know, even the best in the business have moments that they say you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, if you want to avoid all misses, you just don't go fishing. All right.
All right, I didn't want to say it too quick, Tommy. He's had some tough luck.
Needed to get one in just
Yes,
to
he did.
keep the spirits up. And he will not be deterred from that mission, though. He's going to keep doing that, I imagine, for the rest of the day. Drew's still working on a limit there, but he's got a good one in there as well. Paul Marks, though, super steady, knows how to catch spotted bass. That is obvious for that Lake Lanier man. Jay Shakurit hanging in there. And Randy Howell. Can't shake off Randy Howell. Trey McKinney, Cole Sands, Cody Meyer, Lee Livesey, Jordan Lee, Cooper Gallant, and Drew Cook round out our top 10 this morning, which is slipping by fast. This is the 10th pro-level Bassmaster event on Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina. This Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. They are enjoying it today. Caught them big time. Everybody caught a limit yesterday. Only 3 anglers didn't make it to 10 pounds. Our live coverage, sponsored by Power Pole, on this day where we'll take you all the way up to the end of the day for at least flight number 1, 3 o'clock. And then we turn it over to the weigh-in right here also on Bassmaster.com.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been there, done that. Have a 10-pound day. You say, not the day I was looking for, but I survived. I just need to do better tomorrow. And then, oh boy, not so much on Lake Hartwell right now.
You were bumping up against the hundreds. Yeah. Saw Paul Marks and Koya Fujita not that far from one another.
Both have been on the lower end all morning, but they were closer a few minutes ago than I had seen them all day. I don't know if they're still close or not. It looks like Paul's looking at someone. Yep.
Yeah, not that far away.
Yep.
Paul is our tournament leader, in case you're just checking in with us. There's a man who took the lead on day number 1, Randy Howell on the right. Randy Howell has been around B.A.S.S for a long time. His experience as a pro goes way back before the Elite Series.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the 90s, early 90s. I think he guided when he was 13 years old,
Yes.
so he's had a long, long career.
Randy started fishing, I think, a year after I did, believe it or not. That's how long he's been around. He's like 94-ish. Here we go.
Sounds about right. 94.
In about.
Better one.
Gosh, not as big as I thought. He had a bright side on him, like he was gonna be, like it was a wider, like a 3 something. But that's just a 2.5 probably.
Not as big as he thought, but it's certainly an upgrade for Randy Howell.
Yeah. Mark's hooked up.
Skinny one.
Paul's just going to go out there and catch 100 spots.
Might help me. Maybe.
Ask yourself, why does he wait till late in the day to start doing, not late in the day, mid-morning, I guess I should say, to start doing this. Catch a lot of 2 to 3 1/4 pound spotted bass doing this, but not many 4 and 5 pounders. And to win on this lake right now, you need to catch some of those bigger fish. And there's some 4 and 5 pounds spotted bass there. I'm not saying they have to be largemouth, but more than likely it'll be a largemouth or 2 mixed in there if you're going to have those 4 and 5 pounders.
I feel good watching Paul's balance of his time, where he caught a limit this morning quick and went and using 45 minutes looking for shallow big ones, comes back out there, because naturally, even though we're seeing him catch so many, there's going to be lulls offshore.
Yep.
And instead of just trying to make them eat and pounding it, you go run somewhere else. It's almost a bonus time if you found one, come back out there and catch him. Emil Wagner caught 50 yesterday morning, and his best time was 12 to 1. You know, and that's when he culled out his whole bag. Walters kind of did something similar, you know, catching a lot more fish.
So if you're marking time, you might as well be catching fish, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's either gonna ounce it here and there, and once he feels like I'm kind of just maxed, I can go bounce and then come back in noon, and it's a different day offshore.
Jordan Lee, 3.5 pounder, gets him up to 4th place with 14 today. He started 12th. He had a good bag yesterday. He's in the hunt, about 211 back of the lead.
To your point, Ronnie, he's doing exactly what he told me last night he was going to do. This was his plan. Go fish those schooling fish, the shallow herring spawning fish early, go sight fish a little, then go fish a little offshore for the spotted bass.
There he is. That's the one. Yeah. A little bit better. Get out from under my boat so I can see if you're hooked good before I swing it up here. A little bit better. He ate that Cinco too. Dang, broke my weed guard off. That's 2 and it might be 2, 2.8, 2.10. That yellow one at.
Gosh, they just fall underneath the daggum thing. Well, he just lost 3 ounces kicking up that herring right there. And another one. Yay! We have 5. Don't we? I think that's 5. That's 5.
Well,
Should get him back in the top 10. That's number 5.
Must have touched you there a little bit.
Things are picking up.
Yeah.
Boy, that one is built correctly. My goodness. Look at that chublin. I mean, dude, it's as thick as it is long. That, I almost didn't even fish for it. I almost just marked it and kept going because I was like, it's a 2-pounder. Jeez, Beneezers. There's 2 of them up there and they both look the same size. I don't think the other one's probably gonna be built like this. That's a 212. It's on. I mean, just admire the builtness of the bass. Man, that one was super easy. I really like this.
Tommy, Ronnie, word of the day. Chub.
Chub.
Yes,
and
chub.
builtness.
You gotta live it. Builtness.
That's what I always strive for and fall short.
Didn't he say like holy yoku finoki or something as well? Like when he
chub one. Earlier it was look at that chub, and that was a chub one, and then builtness.
Well, Drew has not worried much about catching a limit today. Took his own sweet time about it, but now he's got a few in the boat, and things are looking a little more solid for the man from Georgia. That's the plan.
It's not going to be a one-trick pony this week. My plan coming in here, get you a good base limit bag, you know, that 13 to 15 pounds, and then spend the afternoon just trolling motor going, looking for 1 or 2 big females to get you to that 20 pounds. I think that would be a really good 1-2 punch that you'll see. You're going to have to supplement something with it, whether it be scoping, whatever, just to get you those 2 or 3 limit filler type, you know, fish to go with the 2 that you're actually targeting. And it could be somebody that's skipping a jig underneath docks or something like that. But I don't think you're gonna get 5 good bites a day doing just one thing. We've had some good starts. It's a good one.
Falcon Rod's Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. Hey, pick your top 8 players for the next tournament coming up. Lock them in, wish them luck, and then say goodbye to them because you have no access to those players again for the rest of the season. That's what makes it fun. Takes a little strategizing throughout the rest of the year in order to have a successful campaign. So check it out. Right here on Bassmaster.com. Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing. Back out to Drew Cook. Now with the limit.
A little bit. There, get rid of one of them little ones. Well, that's how them fry garters are supposed to act right there. Come here, dude. We're on a rampage.
feel like it'd have to call one.
It has been a rampage for Drew Cook today. Caught the 4-pounder. Phoenix still the Phoenix big bass of the day. He fell, though, out of the top 10 down into the 30s. Now he pitches his way back up to 5th place. That's a roller coaster ride.
Yes, it is.
There's some big old stumps
Randy
and
Howell.
rocks in this area that I thought had potential. There's one. That's a good one. Yeah. Yes, Lord, that's what we're waiting for. Yes. Look at the ones with him. Oh my gosh, this is the female too. This side. Looks like a spotted bass almost. It is a spotted bass. Dang on big spot. There's 2 down there with it. That's like big old spot for Lake Hartwell right there, boys. Big old Cinco eating spot right there. That's a 4-pounder. Thank you, Jesus. That's the biggest spot I've caught all week. Mm-hmm. Just see what he's so we'll kind of know. He's 3.5, it says. Let's try it again. It does, it's skinny. Maybe he's saying 3.5, 350 something, so maybe like, he's skinny, but boy, he looks like a 4, don't he?
Exactly what we talked about in the Bass Pro Shops garage over there, Ronnie. That's a bonus Cinco wacky rig just while he's looking for one on the bed.
People may wonder, Davey, why don't you just start doing this instead of catching smaller spotted bass offshore? But timing is so important. You run through some of these areas this morning and you don't see them. It's lower light. They're not positioned right. Even if it's cloudy or that mid-morning, that sun angle that still penetrates, gets them lined up on the walkways and everything else.
Cooper Gallant with a 3.5-pounder. He's got the biggest bag of the day at 15-12 on Bass Track from 70th to 9th place. Pretty good move.
Good for Coop.
Paul March should feel the breath of Randy Howell coming after him there. That one should pull him up, even if not ahead of Paul March. That was the biggest spot he caught all week, Randy.
Come here, baby. Yes. Another 3-something.
Yeah. Really good spotted bass right there.
Pretty nice one.
Fish.
3.5-pounder, almost a pound coal.
Wow.
Back at you, Randy Howell. It's a slugfest at the top.
It really is. Back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, man. I got another stick. Well, they only stick.
More challenging day today for Drew Cook, but still it's early. It's early. It's not even halfway through their day of fishing yet. Lots of time, but
he knows all that. He's actually upped his position one from the start. So.
There we go.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I was just swimming down the bank and swam by the bed. I like it. Man, that wouldn't have been. I don't know how that hook came out. $2.5 pounder. Number 3. Starting to have a little fun now, bud. A little bit of fun. Pretty good little trade.
Oh, that's a better upgrade than I thought it might be. That's probably 12 ounces. And you were right, Tommy. With the difficulties he's had today, spent 90 minutes on one fish he ended up not catching. He's still right there.
Yeah, and gave himself a shot at blowing it wide open. I mean, you know, he could have caught 2 of those big 5-pounders and be sitting well ahead of everyone right now. But I think he believes the gamble's worth it.
Yep. And he may go back to that fish and catch it later today. A lot of time left.
Boy, I love it. Dude, look at that. My hook never came out of my bait. It just had its mouth on it. Isn't that crazy? I mean, like, it never even came through the plastic. I'm glad I boat swung him.
Wow.
Yeah, things are changing when you can catch him without the hook even
you don't need your hook
coming out.
You can save some money that way, too. Paul Marks hanging on, though, on top, slugging it out with Randy Howell at the top of the leaderboard, matching each other spot for spot. Drew Cook, look at that, down into the mid-30s and then back up all the way to 3rd place after he gets a limit and continues to catch him, continues to upgrade. Jay Shakura, solid and steady. Just hadn't kept pace with those top 3 exactly. Jordan Lee McKinney, Sands, Cody Meyer, Cooper Gallant, and Lee Livesey. But now, here's the real meat of the issue right here. Today is all about being in that top 50, and there are the 10 above the 50 point. Starting with Buddy Gross on the hot seat, Shane LaHue. A lot of people thought Shane would do very well here. John Cooks, and down below, Chris Zaldane. And Chris, that means Chris has come up today because he had a rough day yesterday. Chris Johnston as well, Jockinson, Gerald Swindle, who started very high up. He's fallen a little bit during the course of the day. Big dynamic leaderboard. We will continue to track it. Halftime show coming up next.
TGIF, thank God it's Friday, and thank God the Bassmaster Elite Series is back in your life. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And if you're just joining us, where are we hanging out this week? Well, we are on beautiful Lake Hartwell. We've been here before, but this is the first stop of the season in South Carolina. Last week, we spent our week in North Carolina, and now we're on Lake Hartwell. What an incredible body of water. We've been here many times before for the Elite Series, for the Bassmaster Classic, but it may be better this time around than it has ever been. Statistically, you look at this tournament, and it has been incredibly, incredibly tight. I'm joined by my good buddy, Tom Abraham from Bassmaster Radio. And Tom, this is a incredible tournament in Lake Hartwell. Just when you think you're going to show up here and it's going to be, we've done this before. Even the anglers were shocked during weigh-in yesterday.
Just so many options out there between the spots and the largemouth, offshore, the shoreline. I mean, there's just so many different ways that you can catch them here. Everybody is getting a 5-fish bag. It is tremendous. And it's going to be very exciting, and it's going to be very tight all the way through Sunday.
It looks like you put a little extra effort into the hair today. I mean, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, I gave it a little extra product, you know, in there. I went with a little extra product in there. Not sponsored, a non-sponsored product, but, you know, we're good to go.
It looks good. Well, any hair looks good if you ask me. But let's jump into our action from on the water with our Yamaha midday report. And we'll kick things off with a guy who has been gambling on looking at him, but when he gambles on looking at him, it generally pays off. Drew Cook, a sight fishing assassin.
He is amazing, man. When he gets his eyeballs on one, it's incredible, and he's willing to spend the time to work on some of these. It's taking a little bit longer to get them, but it only takes 5 bites in this game, so he's willing to hang in there and get those big bites, and he's done a great job already today.
You got to be
Cook
kidding
obviously
me,
got
dude.
a Elite Series title to his name. He's a member of the Bassmaster Century Club and a 6-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. But you are watching a man do exactly what he is best at. We have different pros who have different areas of expertise, but this is his game, and he is playing it to perfection here this week, having a great tournament with 32 pounds and 4 ounces. Spent close to 90 minutes on a fish this morning, but looks like it's paying off.
No, it does pay off, and boy, we get some beautiful shots too. This clear water here at Hartwell is just absolutely perfect for sight fishing. There's no doubt about it, and he's taking full advantage of it, that's for sure.
Got 2 games going on here this week. We have anglers that are living by the sight bite and anglers that are fishing the spotted bass offshore. But the angler who came out swinging early yesterday with our biggest bass, our Phoenix Boat Big Bass of the tournament, at the time he said it was 6 pounds, but it was almost 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Randy Howell leading this tournament after 1 day of competition and catching him again today. I mean, obviously doesn't have that almost 8-pounder in his bag, but Randy Howell's going to be a player in this event.
He changed his strategy up a little bit. He decided to go for the limit early, and he got it quickly. The interesting thing was, I think the first 5 fish he caught were somewhere around 7.5 pounds or so. So the first 5 were actually lighter than the first 1 that he caught yesterday. But now that he does have his limit, he threw that top water early and tried to get some aggressive fish going. Now he has moved into some of the backwater, some of the back of those creeks and cuts, and is now looking for those kicker fish. I know he'd like to get rid of all 5 of them if he could, but there's that certain comfort that you have when you get that limit, and you have that, and now you move on from there.
Got to feel good to be back in contention at an Elite Series event. It's been a while for him. I mean, he's accomplished a lot. I mean, great Bassmaster stats, 16 classics, obviously the 2014 Bassmaster Classic champion. And he came close to winning the Classic here, a year later, almost went back-to-back. But let's join by an Elite Series rookie and a guy that we expected to be a player in this event, and he did not let us down. Paul Marks, this is his bag, baby, and it is working out for him.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is a guy, again, we talk about the versatility of this lake. He's working a lot of offshore fish and caught some really nice spots. Look at the belly on that spot right there, and he's making that work as well. He's on a good striper bite, too, I believe.
Not afraid to have a fancy coffee either. Had a caramel frappuccino this morning from Starbucks, which has shocked me. I mean, I took him for more of a black coffee kind of drinking guy, but he'll drink a fancy coffee, and he will obviously catch some spotted bass.
Yeah, I'd be back at the dock at about 8:45 if I drink one of those.
I don't want to even ask you why. Let's look at Paul Marks' bass fishing. He is bouncing back and forth. Told me this morning feels pretty confident about getting 15 pounds of spots, and said this tournament's all going to come down to picking off those 1 or 2 sight bites, which the good news is, if the weather forecast pans out the way they're predicting, that should get better this weekend.
Yeah, that's going to improve. There's no doubt about it. And again, there's not as many fish left on the beds as there was, obviously just a week or so ago. They've started to move off, but there's enough left that you can get that kicker and that you can do that damage. And yeah, if you got 15 pounds of spots and they can get that 1, 4, 4.5, 5-pounder, push you up to 18, 19 pounds, goodness gracious, that's going to go a long, long ways towards being there on Sunday.
Let's check in with Randy Howell live. That one not going to help.
I just mean I could look all the rest of the day and not find one,
Golly. Golly, what a strong fish, huh?
Well, that one will help.
Oh yeah. That's what it's all about.
I wish the male was still up there. If the male was still up there, I feel like I could catch it pretty quick.
That's close to 3 pounds.
And you would think that because he's not up there, I should be able to catch her quick. Yeah. She is pretty sketchy. I'm gonna. Yeah, for like an hour. Yeah, I just came in from different. Try something real quick.
Little spot dog.
Randy Howell slowly eking his way up that leaderboard, and that's definitely one of the right ones there. You can see he's going to make a pretty impressive call right there, and if he keeps that up, he obviously already going to be a player in this event, but the thing about the way he's fishing right now is he can turn with all the nooks and crannies and turns and bends that this body of water has. The next corner could have one of those 7-8 pounders.
Yeah, that's the deal, and that's the risk you take. That's why it made sense for him to do what he did early on to get the limit, and now he has all day long. He's still got a lot of fishing left today to go and find those kickers or those multiple kickers, and some good work there, too, to get that fish up and over the cable as well, which is a little bit tricky. A lot of these docks have cables that keep them with the fluctuation of the lake, and he did a good job with that as well, especially when you find one behind the dock like that.
A live look in with your unofficial tournament leader, Paul Marks. See what's going through his mind. Paul Marks, no stranger to this way of fishing. He is, was a pre-tournament favorite going into this event, but he is a Lake Lanier fisherman. Him and Emil Wagner, this is what they do and what they do best.
Yeah, the similarities between here and Lanier are striking, and he spent a lot of time here as well, even though he lives down there by Lanier, and a lot of the same type of fishery.
Let's listen in quickly. As soon as I said that, he stopped talking. It's like Paul Marks is playing games
right
with
now,
me.
I don't know. If
Sorry,
that's the
finish your
best
thought.
idea.
Oh,
just to get a little bit more weight.
Go ahead, Tom. Finish your thoughts. Sorry.
Well, just the biggest difference here is, of course, the largemouth bite here more so. You don't think about that as much as at Lanier. That's pretty much all spots. But it'd be interesting to see what he does, if he's going to stick with this all day long, or has he got some kickers out there that he wants to go and chase after. He's obviously using his forward-facing sonar. He's looking for those schooling fish, casting to them, and it'll be interesting if this is what he's willing to stick with the whole way. You said he said 15 pounds. 15 pounds is certainly going to keep him in play all week long.
Davey Hyde asked me, so I'll ask you, why do you think the weights are bigger this time around?
I just think that, it's been growing for years here, right? They've been getting bigger and bigger for years in terms of average fish. Now, the 8-pounder was amazing, that 715 that Randy had yesterday. But, typically the 4 to 5 pounders are what you consider your kickers.
Koya Fujita hooked up live.
He's hooked up, and it's these average fish. That one's not one of the good ones, but it's the number of 3
I don't think
fish.
it's a bad one. They're all nice, Tom.
Well, they're nice. I'm not sure how much damage he'll do with that one there. It's his forward, so it goes right to the bottom line. But these fish have been feasting on these herring now for a while, and it just feels like, the average number of the 3-pounders in this lake is absolutely incredible. You could just come here and have a ball. You can catch 40 of them out there.
Something about it still gets you fired up.
Koya's third season on tour, and averages a win a season. So, I mean, if he were to pull it off this week, nobody'd be shocked. I mean, and it usually happens in, the first 4 events of the season.
English is getting better and better.
And also a master of the calisthenics by the looks of things. A lot of stretching going on there, and that's very important. Let's stretch our coverage out and join Drew Cook, who is back to that fish, that pesky fish that he worked for an hour and a half this morning. Drew Cook, be a pal and catch it for us.
Got weirder. The male left. But she's still sitting up there. And, that's what's so frustrating. She's up there by herself, and she's a big one. She's one that I really need. That would kind of complete my day right now. I'd have a little bit more probably, or about the same that I did yesterday. And I mean, I could look all day long and not run into another one, but I wasted so much time on this one and she progressively got worse and worse and worse and worse. Almost caught her on my first flip. And then the male left. When the male left, she got super weird, and then she just got weirder and weirder and weirder as it went. So we're probably gonna leave it alone. Not saying I might not come back in here later this afternoon and throw a wacky rig or something over top of it. Because I feel like, I mean, the first cast was with a wacky rig and she almost bit it then. The boat was too close to her, I think, for her to bite it. So I might be able to catch her later. She's gonna be gone. I can't catch her tomorrow. She's gonna leave. So, but I think we're gonna have to leave, go hunt for another one. We found there's 2 other females in the back of this one creek right here, and we're able to catch both of them. So we got us a decent little bag right now, but we still have a lot of room to grow. We got a 1-something, a small 1-something. So there's definitely upside. If we can just get one more nice one, we'll be where we need to be. So we're gonna ease around to another pocket and then probably just kind of hone in on an area. I don't know if I'm gonna go check any of my other areas or not, just seeing how many new fish have moved up, a lot more than I thought. So we'll probably just kind of hunker down in an area and just keep the trolling motor going and keep our eyes open, and because we're due for a random one swimming down the bank, a 3 or 4 pounder. Didn't get it yesterday, had a couple, maybe 3 pounders, but one of those great big ones. So that's what we're gonna do, kind of just go peck around and see what we can find.
Drew Cook, a mouthful of cha, but he's covering some water.
She's not going to be there tomorrow. She's going to be gone.
Oh, wait a second. We were going to go to break, but we got a Skeeter Boats Big Fish alert. That's right. Takumi Ito, 4 pounds, 3 ounces, the biggest bass we've seen here today. And I don't think he was very far from us, Tom.
No, he was right over our shoulder, I believe.
Well, you're not supposed to tell him that.
There, but he was close enough, that's for sure.
Well, he'll continue to climb that leaderboard. 413, what a big fish for Takumi Ito. Lots of big fish coming. We'll have more fish in action from Lake Hartwell when we come back in just a few minutes' time. Bassmaster Halftime Show. It is the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and got a live shot of Randy Howell, our day 1 leader right there. And he has slowly but surely worked his way in and out of the shoreline and through docks and just different bends and nooks and crannies, and slowly but surely putting together a pretty good day. Not off to the fireworks that we saw yesterday. Obviously, yesterday had a giant fish to start the day, the biggest fish of the tournament, a Phoenix Boats Big Bass, hooked up live right now. Got a little audio trouble with him, so we're not going to be able to hear Randy right now, but this is a very close tournament, and every ounce matters even more in this one, Tom.
Absolutely, and he's been in and out of the lead today, or real close to the lead after he had that 5-fish limit of spots early on. And he's one by one replacing each one of them. He's culled them out with these largemouth and trying to push himself back into that league. But it's been amazingly close, and I call it restrictor plate fishing. It's like Talladega. Everybody's right there on top. He's like in a pack. And
boogity, boogity, boogity.
Boogity, boogity. Boogity Boogity is right, and it just somebody will break free, you know, with that kicker fish or the right kicker fish, and you know, and jump out in front. But I think it's going to be like that all week long. I mean, you know, we came into today with less than 4 pounds between first place and 10th place, and I think these guys are going to be rocketing up and down the leaderboard for sure.
Incredibly close tournament. Give me some of the stats you were just regaling me with.
Well, from 4th to 10th place, we came into today with just a 12-ounce difference. And, you know, 3 pounds, 8 ounces difference between 10th and 50th place. I mean, that is absolutely incredible as well. So from 50th to 69th place, it's just a 1 pound difference. So it's amazing. And here's the other thing. How often do you see a lot of ties? You know, and it's incredible how many ties that we have here. There are 2 ties in the top 10. There are 10 ties in the top 50. We got some 3-way ties. I mean, it is incredible. Like I say, it's door handle to door handle out there right now.
That is incredible. And this tournament, very similar to a lot of the northern events, smallmouth events, you know, where everybody catches them. I mean, that's where the big difference is, where you look at somewhere like Pasquotank, where we had a lot of guys that didn't catch them. I mean, you had the big story up front, but you had a lot of 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, you know, on day one from anglers. This is an event where everybody had a limit, and you generally only see that in some of the northern fisheries, which shows how incredible Lake Hartwell is.
No, it is absolutely. Of course, the different dynamic there, you know, if it's a smallmouth deal like at the St. Lawrence or in Lake Ontario, you know, they all stay bunched up and it's all pretty much brownfish, where here you do have that mixed bag, which is makes it even more exciting. And that threat, like what Drew Cook said, you know, we're due to have some 4.5 pounder swimming down the shoreline, you know, jump in the boat with them. And, you know, if that happens, man, you just don't know. Maybe this is a little separation here for Koyo Fujita.
Hooked up live. Nobody's shocked to see the way he is fishing. That is a technique and an approach that he is truly a master of. I mean, let's listen into him.
That's a good one.
It's very rare that you hear fellow Elite Series pros point at a guy and be like, I want to watch him fish. Yeah. I mean, I've heard stories. Seth Fighter talked about how they shared smallmouth water, you know, in his first season, and Seth was like, he is fishing. The way he does that is so different than what anybody else is doing, and it's truly amazing to see.
Well, a lot of these guys come over from Japan. They're fishing very pressured water, so they know how to deal with that scenario as well and do something that's a little bit different. We've seen some different baits, of course, come over from Japan that have been fascinating and have taken off as well in the States now.
And I got to say, especially after the Bassmaster Classic, Kyoya, man, his English is incredible. How far he has come. I mean, about the only time he has a hard time speaking English now is when you ask him what lure he's using. Very, very choppy English at that time. But let's get over to Jay Shakura.
Well,
live.
We got an okay bag, not anything special. I've lost a couple fish today, and I have not really connected with the 3 pounders yet. I got 1 over 3, 1 right at 3, and then a couple high 2s and like a 2 1/4 in there. So working on a fish right now that if I catch it will be, I think it's a 3 pounder. I'm not 100% sure, but if I catch that fish, then I'll have somewhere around 15, something like that. So I need to get this one in the boat and then kind of continue that trend. You know, I still got a lot of time. I mean, it's only 11:30. I'm doing at 4:30 today, so I'm not really rushing anything per se. It's kind of the game plan. I've caught a few fish that I actually thought were bigger than what they ended up being, and then vice versa. I've also caught some fish that were bigger than I thought. So some were smaller than I thought, some were bigger than I thought. Hopefully this one's bigger than I thought. And yeah, that's been the story of the day so far. Obviously had a quicker start yesterday. You know, day one I had a lot more fish marked that I could go catch compared to today. And obviously it'll be the same tomorrow. Hopefully I can get to the point where I can go practice today. But I need to catch at least 16 or 17 pounds before I think about doing that. So that's the goal. Midday update. Almost lunch. Dang, it is almost lunch.
That's a pretty good update, and that's about as emotional as you'll ever hear Jay Shakeup ever get.
There's an AOI in this kid's future. Could be this year. He was a popular pick amongst a lot of the pundits this year to see whether or not he can get that done. But, you know, it's interesting, too, the strategy that'll go into this. Not that the guys are saving any fish, but this is one where you just want to continue to stay in that top 10. He's hovered around the top 3 today quite a bit. But, you know, with this being so tight, likely by the time we get to Sunday, that top 10 might only be separated by 3.5 pounds. So 10 through 1 is all going to be in it. This isn't going to be like Pasquotank, where everybody was just marveling at Kyle Welcher. This is going to be a tournament where everybody in the top 10 is going to have a shot. And so how they manage it, the strategy that goes into this, and just staying in that area and striking distance is important. You don't have to be first, you know, when Sunday comes. You don't have to be third. You just have to be there on Sunday, and you got a shot to win it.
Well, as the guy who MCs the tournament, the weigh-in, I'm thankful for that. Because guess what? The loneliest spot on earth the last 2 tournaments has been our Yeti hot seat. It has not needed anybody. We had Brandon Palnick go win, you know, 2 events ago, and then obviously what Kyle Welcher did. But if you look at your leaderboard right now, as you spoke, it is a very tight leaderboard, especially up top there. You got Paul Marks and Randy Howell just separated by ounces. And what Jay Shakeup said is the most important thing. There's a lot of fishing time ahead of these guys. We're not talking about monster runs. They're going to fish right till the very end here today.
Absolutely. And Trey McKinney hanging around as always now in 6th place. It doesn't matter what kind of body of water it is. Trey McKinney's going to be right there.
All right. I got my buddy joining us here in a few minutes, Neil Paul, who is the executive director of Visit Anderson. And he is also, he is the host of the most. He knows everything about this body of water. He's going to break down the action with us. Don't go anywhere with lots of fishing coming back at the Bassmaster Halftime Show. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. In beautiful South Carolina this week, in Anderson, South Carolina. And this has been an incredible tournament today. Moving day, as Tommy Sanders always calls it. Got to move inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive. And that'll give you an idea of where we're hanging out. South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. And when it comes to this part of the world, we deal with a lot of hosts, a lot of different hosts. But when you come to Green Pond Landing, you realize you're dealing with a whole different level of host. Neil Paul does an incredible job. His entire team, everybody that has literally designed this area. We are standing on, and when you're watching online right now, you can't really tell. I mean, it looks like a boat ramp behind us. But, Neil Paul, what you have designed here is a tournament-specific designed super center, basically.
Well, and thank you, Dave. All the credit in the world goes to Anderson County and the leadership of this county. They had the foresight and put the funds and the resources to build and develop this facility, and then to give us the resources at Visit Anderson to go out and bring events in, such as the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Bassmaster Classic. We've had 3 classics, out of this facility, and so it's a total team effort when you look at what we've been able to do here.
How proud are you with what we saw yesterday? I mean, to have been here as many times as we have, let's be honest, most times when you've been to a venue a bunch of times, it's kind of the same old, same old. But to have as many anglers crossing the stage saying, wow, this is better than it's ever been, I mean, that's the kind of stuff we hear when we go to places for the first time where people are just raving about how good it is, like Pasquotank last week. But they're hearing it, and they've been here that many times, and they're saying it's better than it's ever been.
Yeah, you know what? And it made me very proud. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are what make the difference here. You kind of made the reference a second ago about this being, right now you just look behind us, it looks like a boat ramp. At the end of the day, I tell folks all the time, this is a Yankee Stadium type facility, right? There's baseball parks all over the world, but there's one Yankee Stadium. Well, there's boat ramps all over the country. There's only one green pond. And at the end of the day, it's a boat ramp by the lake. And so where we've been able to continuously set ourselves apart from others is in the experience that we provide and the way that we treat people while we're here, or while they're here. And that's what we've really hung our hat on. And then with the continued development of the facility, we have a great thing here. With the fish, there were 3 things I was worried about coming into this event. The weather, well, really just 2 things. Really, it was the weather and the fish, because those are 2 things I can't control. I can control a lot of things around here, but we can't control the fish and the weather. And to see the fish cooperate this week, the lake has fished tremendously well this spring, and to have it show out yesterday, it made me feel really good.
Yeah, and you get very involved in controlling everything. This morning I saw you out there directing traffic, getting the boats in and out, and so on. It's all hands on deck, right from the executive director on down.
There's tournament leader hooked up live.
Yeah.
And you're looking at a kid there with Paul. I mean, he's got so much history here, and he's a young angler. But with the growth of the youth fishing movement, really, Paul's a guy that's been able to. He's got a lot of hours and a lot of time on this lake, and it's showing this weekend.
Hopefully, I'll run into one. I'm going to go look for some big bedfish.
You mentioned, Tom, standing down there with those guys when they're launching. It's always good to peek across the decks of those boats and see what lures are tied on too. Because I get to fish this place too.
Got a little time.
Well, with all the pressure and the tournament pressure the lake gets, I think the reason it holds up so much is because it's such a vast playing field. I mean, there's so many different things you can do, and these guys are all over this place.
The size of the fishery helps. There's 2 guys, and I'm always interested in the mental side of this, even more so than what lures are tied on. But I talked to 2 different guys this week during practice, and one guy, he asked me, he said, and I'm watching their results to see kind of what they're doing, but one guy asked me, he said, are you the only one in this town that works, that has a job, because everybody's been on the lake all week? And then another guy I talked to said he was out for a day of practice and only saw 10 boats. And I know we learned, or you guys learned yesterday, and Bo knows about the size of the fishery. But it's a tremendous fishery, and when you can use all the nooks and crannies and crevices of this place, it spreads out, gets really big.
Here's a guy in Randy Howell that's doing exactly that. Started out offshore, now he's into some of those nooks and crannies, looking to upgrade with largemouth. And Randy's got great history here as well.
He does, and a lot of history here, and has, when he's had his classic success, he's done it up to Seneca River, and up near Clemson, he's had a lot of success up there, and knows this place well, and has done a really good job when he's been here. And good to see him back on the Elite Series this year.
He's just trying to win one before his boy gets here, that's for sure, because old Laker Howell is on his way.
First cast by there. But the biting sink up pretty good once you see where they're located under those walkways and cables.
We saw that amphitheater, that aerial shot of the amphitheater a few moments ago as well. And, whoever had the vision for that, I mean, what a phenomenal scenario. I know Dave appreciates it with the weigh-in. I mean, there's nothing like that, to have that semi-natural amphitheater, but have it built there with the ramp then right behind it, whether people want to watch takeoff or whether they want to watch the weigh-in. It's just such a beautiful setting. This really is, I call it America's Valhalla. I mean, if it didn't exist, you'd have to invent it. And you guys certainly invented it, and I think it's a model for other fisheries all over the country for people to come and pick your guys' brain, and you take a look at it here in the aerial shot. I mean, look at that. You got the natural berm behind it. It's hard to see the elevation of that, but you see the amphitheater that was built in there, and there's the weigh-in stage, and then the dock behind the launch is right around the point to the right as you look at that picture. But it's just such a beautiful setting.
Oh, it is. And again, like I said, all the credit goes to our community here, our county, and the leadership to be able to put this thing together and make it happen. And I get to be just a spoke on the wheel, and we've all played to our strengths, right? If I had to come out here and move dirt and and lay stones, boy, we'd still be under construction, right? So I get to go out and talk about it, and we get to sell the place and fill it with events such as this. And really, when we welcome the folks to come in and ask about it and inquire about it. And there's two kinds of people. There's innovators and there's thieves. If you don't make it up, you take it from somebody. and so we want folks to come in, see what we've done, and let's make it better somewhere else, right? So, and because the real winner in this situation is Bass this week. The anglers win, the organization wins, the sponsors and the partners of this deal win, and so why not take this and try and make it somewhere else?
Change my mind and do something different.
Out live with Luke Palmer right now.
Hard not to be hard-headed.
It's generally not a good sign when you see a guy hand on his hip. And
we saw a guy win the Classic like that, though.
Well, but I'm
a little teapot is a bass fishing stance now.
Well, it is, but the hand on the hip and the line's out of the water, it's not good. You want the thing in the water first.
This is more hunting than fishing going on right here.
From Luke Palmer, let's head over to Kyoya Fujita, two-time Elite Series champion. I'm working on number 3 here this week, and this is a fishery that sets up well for him and his style of fishing. Hooked Up Live. Neil, you're actually, not only you do this, but you've marshaled a ton of events. Have you ever spent a day in the boat with him?
I have not. I have marshaled for
perfect.
You've
been with 98% of them,
and not him, but he does a great job. I remember getting to spend a day in the boat with Taku, and what an education and just so much fun, and one of the nice guys out there. Just, I honestly felt substandard as a human being after spending a day with him because he's just so nice.
Well,
you're nice.
You kind of are substandard as a human being, but that's all right. We love you anyway.
Yeah.
Generally a little nicer to our guests here on the halftime show, but Tom brings a whole different
we go way back.
Shock Jock radio energy to this show.
He's making these jokes. He's going to ask me for a check in about 6 months.
He's a benefactor of all your hard work.
That's right.
Here.
I think you're pretty much the best guest we've ever had. I mean, in all the years I've been doing the halftime show, you're.
Is he the only guest that pays you?
Of all the guests we've ever had, you're one of them.
Wow. And Tom's on day 2 of the halftime show, so let's get all that out in the clear too. So it's not like he's
could be day last too.
13 years invested in this deal.
Neil, this facility, everything that happens in this area is amazing. I'll be honest. Most of the time when you have a local host, it's great to be there, but it's not as impressive as what we've seen here. What you guys do is amazing. What's next?
So we've got some construction planned next, and so I would expect the next time you come back here, you'll see maybe some more ramps and some more dock space here within the facility. I know a friend of mine told me once, he told a story about Nick Saban. He said that every year Nick Saban did a project in the football facility at Alabama. It may be knocking down a wall and rebuilding it, or it may be building a whole new wing. But when they brought people into the facility, they wanted to see construction, because construction is a sign of progress. And so if we can continue to invest in this facility and continue to make it better, and when people come back and you see that progress, then, it's going to be really hard to catch us one day,
It's truly an amazing place, and if progress is a sign of success, it's a very, very successful place. But don't go anywhere. We got more coming up here from the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Paul Marks, your unofficial leader. In second place, your day 1 leader, Randy Howell. That leaderboard will continue to change. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats in beautiful South Carolina, where we're waiting for the clouds to clear. But the word is that they're going to clear this weekend. It has been a great couple of events here in the Carolinas, and can't wait to see who our top 50 is moving into semifinal Saturday. But yes, it's time to return to the show. Bo Knows, joined by Steve Bowman, of course, joining our set with the always popular, always exhilarating, and always informative Bo Knows segment.
Man, that is just absolutely wonderful. So, and I have a few things that I think are very important to how this tournament is playing out.
Sure, you do.
And I want you got to stay with me. But number one thing that Bo knows is that these anglers are chasing 1%. Now, stay with me while I explain what that 1%
All right.
is.
Math. We got math now.
Yeah, it's
Let me
math.
get my abacus out.
So I'm mathing over here. Day one was the best fish catching day of the season by far. All right. To give you an idea, catch rates were 47% higher here than on day one at the Pasquotank. Okay, 45% higher than day one on Okeechobee. Those are two best first day fish catching days. Okay, now the fish that were caught 3 pounds or more accounted for about 16% of that total, which is in line with both of those events. It always typically falls 15 to 20% is 3 pounds or better. Okay. So, like at Okeechobee, it was 20%, or 15%, and then at the tank, it was 20%. For 3 pounds or better fish, we had a lot of big fish there, if you'll remember. So that's kind of in line. Where it gets interesting, though, is the 5 pound plus fish, which is 5 to whatever, right? At Hartwell, now typically those things are right in there about 7 to 8%, 10%. At Hartwell, it was 0.07%, not even a full percentage point. And
no percents.
Huh?
No percent.
No whole
a lot
percent.
of percents, but no
right,
percent.
But yeah. So you could see that difference in the standings. The percentage point is usually reserved for those fish 7 to 8 pounds or better. Howell caught the 715. He's leading the tournament. Or was leading the tournament, right? So these guys are chasing that one big fish. Would change everything. We sit here and earlier in the show, and we saw Taku Itu catch a 4 pound 2 ounce fish. That fish took him from 25th place to 11th, right? So the one big fish, that 1%er though, will make everything change, and it did for Randy Howell. Now, the other part of that is number two. Day one was the smallest and largest weight day of the season, okay?
The smallest and largest.
The smallest
and
and
largest.
largest.
Exact same time.
Exactly. And I know that's confusing.
Makes a lot of sense.
Randy Howell's leading weight of 21.1 is the smallest leading bag all year. We had 24.15 at St. John's. We had 29.12 at Okeechobee. We had 30.11 at the tank. But the day one 50th place weight was the largest of the season with more than 2.5 pound average growth for the season. Typically, that is about 12 pounds. Here, it's 14-7, or it's 14.7 was yesterday's weight. So the fishing is awesome. It's just not awesome for gargantuan fish. And to give you an idea of how awesome that fishing has been, I'm hoping we have a graphic of all the fish catches on the lake. And if you remember, we'll go to Fork next. Typically, that Lake Fork is shaped like a Y, and you see most of the action taking place in one of those arms of the creek. We see things, and they say often, that fish is small, whatever, but Hartwell is, as we noted yesterday, so big in shoreline, that is where all the fishing, catching is taking place.
Is that 100% of the fish?
That is 100% of the fish.
All right.
All over the lake.
All over the lake. There's not a dead spot there. So Hartwell's pretty incredible, right? And the difference of it is it's pretty. I think a 2.5 pound fish is a fun fish to catch. You know, if you come out here and there's so many of these that are just 2.5, and then you get that 4.2 or that 7.15 that are really not up there, and then it makes all the difference in the world. But this lake is incredible right now.
And it makes sense, right? It makes sense that at places like the St. John's and Okeechobee and even at Pasquotank that there's 15, 20 guys that are going to do all the damage. Those are the guys that landed on them. Where here, especially being, that it's a spotted bass lake as much as it is a largemouth lake, you've got everybody in play. And that's what we've been talking about all throughout. From top to bottom, everybody is going to be in play here. And, as opposed to those other bodies of water that have huge fish, but only have huge fish for just a very small portion of guys. There were a lot of guys not catching fish at all, not catching limits or anything in Florida and at Pasquotank.
Well, one thing's for sure.
100% of the time, you cross-thread my brain, Steve Bowman. I checked out
It's hard to do that.
12% into that segment. It's a lot like math class for me. When they started using letters in math class, I checked out, and at the third percent, you lost me. But 100% of the time it works 60% of the time, or 60% of the time it works 100% of the time?
100% of the time, this is a great body of water. How about
100% of the time.
You know who's done a great job here this week? Not just Steve Bowman, but Tom, you have done an incredible job. We thank you for stepping in here at the halftime show. And make sure to tune in to Bassmaster Radio. Don't go anywhere. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Lake Hartwell will be right back from the studio.
Hour into the afternoon session here. Present Bassmaster Elite Series Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. We take you down to the border between Georgia and South Carolina, and there are those 45,000 acres and 900 plus miles of shoreline that make up this very, very familiar fishery to anyone who follows the sport of bass fishing. Great place to contest a tournament. Those are the 6 anglers we have been with all morning long and into the afternoon, and will be until 3 p.m. That's when the weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com. Seen a lot of activity up and down that leaderboard. It's kind of populated, unpopulated, repopulated. But the constants have been Paul Marks, Randy Howell, Drew Cook dropped out of it, down into the 30s. He's back up again. But Marks and Howell have made a little space between themselves and the rest of the field as it stands right now. But Cook, Shakura, Jordan Lee, Trey McKinney, they can all change that with basically one fish, one good fish. 4-pounder, 5-pounder, something like that. That's going to make the difference for several people today. Just can't figure out who it's going to be.
Yeah, you certainly can. And unlike a lot of the places we go when you hear about schooling fish, shad spawn, herring spawn, yes, the first hour or so is important, but on this lake, the way it's fishing right now, a lot of the better weights are caught in the afternoon. We saw Luke Palmer talk about that yesterday. Kioya, several of those people said most of the weight that I ended up weighing in, even though I caught 20 fish before that, the weight that I put on the scales was caught in the afternoon. So a lot of moving and shaking left to go, I think, before this day is over.
Back up to Paul Marks, a little deeper as he has been, fishing those spotted bass.
That one didn't even got no spots. It's weird, the Hartwell bass sometimes get kind of golden. But need to run into a big one because there's so many little bass in this lake. It's hard to get one over 3 pounds. It's very difficult.
Paul Marks hanging on to that lead right there. Davey Hyde, I want to ask you a question. Explain the difference as far as the time window during the day for a shad spawn that we see so many in a different time of the year, and with the herring spawn that we're seeing right now.
It's a great question, Tommy. The threadfin shad spawn we've been watching for many, many years. Now we see a lot more of the lakes that have really become populated with the blueback herring. And the shad spawn happens at night, during the night, and then the first hour or so of daylight, and then they just kind of go out and suspend, where the herring spawn happens during the night also, but then first thing in the morning is a good time frame. But then those herring and those fish that are feeding on them follow those out to a little bit deeper water, oftentimes like on a Lake Hartwell, 4 to 6 foot range where you see Paul Marks, we saw Emil, a lot of these other anglers fishing, Kioya is fishing kind of in that depth range. So those fish keep feeding, those herring keep spawning, it slows down, they're more active at night in the first part of the morning. But if you learn how to follow those herring and those fish that are following with them, and some of those, like especially the largemouth, they'll just stay up on those shallow places and they'll wait till nighttime or the afternoon and night comes again in the morning. They don't follow, they don't chase as much, but the bigger spotted bass, they tend to follow that bait more so than the largemouth. Some of the largemouth do it, but especially on a place like this, that the quality of the spotted bass is there. You see these local anglers. Emil did it yesterday. Paul Marks is doing it today. We heard Brandon Cobb talk about it. They will continue to catch these fish that are relating to the herring. They just move from the very shallow water to a little bit deeper.
Yeah. Something you mentioned this morning, Ronnie Moore, you talked about timing. You talked about getting in a good rotation and a bad rotation. Who in your mind has kind of suffered from getting in a bad rotation who had big potential on this lake?
Well, I think a lot of our local anglers that you think consider maybe favorites, the guys who have a lot of knowledge here, they're the ones who may run around way too much. We've seen it, at another herring place like Lake Murray with Brian New. When you've got 50 spots on a lake that you consider better than everybody else's spots, you run around, and if you do, stop on this spot instead of that spot, and then you go there and they're no longer doing the herring spawn. It gets out of rotation. So for this one, it's not laying out east to west, it's laying out north to south. And with us taking off at Green Pond, do you go farther north reaches to something that might be dying, but you know it's there, or you take a gamble and go down to where it might be happening soon, but maybe not today?
I don't know who I heard this from first, but it's a good comparison. And you mentioned Brian New. We've seen it happen with Patrick Walters, some other anglers.
I was thinking of,
It's like you're playing musical chairs. The music stops and you don't have a chair.
Yeah.
Even though you're the local guy with all the knowledge, and it literally almost happens just like that.
You see, sometimes people let local knowledge help them outsmart themselves.
Yes.
Sometimes,
yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's understandable how it happens.
That's why we
well.
praised Emil for sticking to it, and it paid off the afternoon yesterday. And we praised Paul for catching a limit, going up shallow, coming back out, and giving both things a run until you know which one's the weekend plan.
One other thing, real quick, you have to understand, Emil has done great things.
Oh, he's catch 16
It's his
pounds.
first day of a lake that he's looked forward to since he qualified for the league. Saw it on the schedule, and he's got a live camera with him. You have to understand the pressure. Like I say, he's done great things, but the pressure of the moment didn't help him any yesterday. That will come. He'll be more comfortable with that at every single chance he gets to do that. But you have to understand that had a little bit of an effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Such, now we've been hearing a lot of kind of surprising statistics about the catch rates and frequency and stuff like that. Kind of fill us in on what's surprising.
Well, surprising is they're not catching the big fish they had yesterday. They had 102 limits. The average fish was just under 3 pounds. Today, everybody on Bass Track, except for a handful, have already caught a limit. We still got 3 hours left. Maybe some of the bigger fish will come this afternoon.
All right.
We got some more about that at the screen we'll do in just a little bit to hopefully visualize it for
Look forward to something you wanted to do this morning. Actually, we didn't have time to
But
get
it's
to
good.
it.
We'll save it for this afternoon.
We'll get there. We'll do that. Well, that's the representation that we're looking at, all the catches all over the lake, and they literally are all over the lake.
Yeah.
Some places a little more prominent than others as far as success of the anglers who are fishing there. Let's take it out to Luke Palmer.
Not that big, but I think he'll call something I got in here. Maybe. Oh man, that's not good when you're even thinking about having a fish like this in there.
Not a whole lot of help right there from Luke Palmer. Let's get back over to Randy Howell, who's kind of, I'd say he's kind of stayed in a decent rotation today. I think he's landed at the right places.
I have to admit, it crossed my mind he won't catch another 8-pounder today, and a lot of the other competitors are thinking that too. But he's held his own today without a big one. He's stayed right there all day long. He's doing just just fine without that 8-pounder.
I got to kind of remember he had 4 for 13 in change yesterday without the 8. So that's 4 3+ pounders.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you need either way.
He's always been a good side fisherman. Ever since I can remember him first, on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail in the 90s. He's
Weird, Ronnie. He had it in as a 6.6 on Bass Rest yesterday. Then in the afternoon, he weighed it and upgraded it to an 8. He said he weighed it on his scales and it went 8.
Jay Shakeup stayed in that top 5 all day today.
Oh, what do you think? Kind of skinny. We have a 231. Oh, I don't know about that. Nope. What's that? No.
You said Jaden.
really plays into what we were just talking about, a lot of those hair and moving out just a little deeper and coming to where Luke Palmer is spending most of his tournament.
Well, unsurprisingly, most of our anglers have limits already at this point in the proceedings, with lots of fishing time left to go. 2 hours and 40 minutes worth for first flighters as it stands right now. Paul Marks on top, Randy Howell, and they're very close behind. Actually cut into that lead just a little bit, a few ounces there. In the last few moments, Drew Cook, Jay Shakeup, Jordan Lee, Trey McKinney, and all the rest.
South Carolina. Let me hear it for Randy Howell. Boom shakalaka, giant bass.
And I shook it off 2 days ago on a Cinco. It was on the bed, and I pulled in there and lined up with my Lowrance and made a long cast. And I almost didn't throw the Cinco on the spinning rod, but I did it anyway. First cast, bouncing that Cinco. She walked off with it, and I said to her when she come up and water, I'm like, oh, Lord, please, Jesus, don't let it get off. You know, that's even bigger than I thought. But anyway, it was a great day. The Lord really blessed me a lot. Just timing on everything worked out. Hopefully we'll catch some more.
Keep it rolling. A great start to things. Your tournament leader, Randy Howell.
One like that is going some anywhere. On Hartwell, that is really going some. That is exploring new frontiers right there, for sure.
So there are a fair amount of anglers, I'm sure you guys know of some, that say it's bad luck to catch one on your first cast, you should always release it. I don't think that ever crossed Randy's mind yesterday.
Not when it's that size. There's no way that's anything but great luck.
That's right.
And great skill. We got to give Randy his due on that, too. He found it and he caught it.
And I'll give him credit. His ambassador said, that's got to be a 6, and he said, that's over 7. And then they put it in as 6.6, but it was over 7 indeed.
Let's get back to Drew Cook. I can just imagine the situation, that he's in right now.
It's me again.
Oh, he's back on that fish.
Yeah. Fish is living inside his brain, rent-free, as they say.
Yes.
When he hears that rod shake, he's like, "Ah, it's that guy again."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotten personal at this point.
Yes, it has.
Even Drew seems more all business than he has all day.
Don't really know if she's gonna do it or not.
Hey, Alex Redwine's fish all just showed up. He's in 8th place with 5 3-0s, so who knows what he's exactly got. He had 15 yesterday.
That's pretty good. All right, we got something to check back on momentarily, every few minutes.
Exactly.
Kyoya Fujita. Kyoya, only other angler with 20 pounds plus other than Randy Howell on day one.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh, baby.
(9.3). He's got a lot of room to grow. His biggest is a 2.5 pounder.
Because like now she's on like a walkabout. I don't know where she is. I got a pretty bad glare right here, but
Good to see the strategy Paul Marks is playing here. He's back up shallow fishing for a bigger largemouth.
I'll just set the hook and missed something on the right as well.
I felt
Palmer's hooked up.
Must have been hitting that tree limb.
Gosh dang it is.
Oh, no.
No, I think it's a big old smoke. But, oh, it's a giant. Come on.
Big
Please.
spot.
Wow.
Stay hooked.
I was afraid it was something else.
Yeah, it sounded like it was a
He
strike.
was too.
Yeah.
Please stay pegged, baby. Please stay pegged.
Don't jump, don't jump.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. Oh, finally. Thank you, Lord.
What a beautiful fish.
Finally got us another 3 pounder. Don't matter. We got to get rid of them anyway. Finally, something. I was thinking, no way that fish is going to bite 'cause it's straight up under the boat. Oh, man. Just keep moving. I was almost about to pull the plug and run way up the river. Yeah. I just knew that was a dadgum striper.
Interesting, we got unofficially first, second, and third all looking for a spawning largemouth in the afternoon of day 2.
Come on. Coming back. If she'd keep getting back up there like she was, I think I could catch her. If she don't get up there, there ain't gonna be no catching. Oh gosh. Quit looking at the damn screen. There's 2 of them. Come on, get back over there and act aggressive.
There's still a lot of them up on beds. You're just watching Randy and Drew, even Paul. They don't, I think they're looking for new fish, and they don't go very far before they stop and get on one. Still a lot of fish spawning on Lake Hartwell.
And you'll be able to see for Paul, because he has a pretty decent bag without a spawning fish right now.
I'm just doing that every once in a while.
On if they're all sizes are pulling up or which the good ones. Like for tomorrow, he might mark 2.5 pounders, 3 pounders for tomorrow, but if he sees a 5, he's gonna fish for today type of thing.
Exactly.
Whereas Randy and them are all slowly upgrading their spawning bags in general.
Fish ain't got time for you to swim way down the bank. Goodness gracious. That looked like it was getting hot there for a minute. I think I need to leave them and then just come back in a little while. I think that's the only thing I can do. It ain't gonna do me no good catching him. Like, I mean, they're out there, 40 feet.
Small one, but his might not even be a bass.
Ran down the bank.
Small hybrid.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna come right back quick, but he didn't come back quick.
Thought it was a silver spoon.
About that size.
It's not easy to waste time on. I mean, he gets teed up.
As we get ready to take a quick little break here, cut away for just two minutes or so. Remind you about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Kayak Series, very fast-growing segment of the sport, very accessible, great gateway into tournament fishing for everyone who's thought about tournament fishing for bass. Get the QR code and find out. Got a big event coming up April 26th through 27th at Dale Hollow Reservoir in Tennessee. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Sponsored by Mercury. By PowerPole. And by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here. The weekend is looming ahead of us here. It's going to be a big weekend of the sport. Bass fishing. We have a semifinal Saturday, 50 anglers left from the first 2 days of competition here on Lake Hartwell. I'm going to tee it up tomorrow and fish for 8 hours. And we'll find 10 at the end of the day, and they will fish for the trophy. 4th trophy of the year in the Bassmaster Elite Series on Championship Sunday. Back out to Luke Palmer. Finally caught a good, bigger spot out there. That made him happy. Been working through a lot of stuff out there.
He really has. Catfish, striped bass,
Small
hybrid.
bass. Yeah, some hybrid too, yeah.
Here we go. There's... Yes, sir. Shaping up just like yesterday. Looking like the 5 that he's going to weigh in is going to be all caught in the afternoon.
Yeah. McKinney's at it again. He's up to 3rd place. He just landed a 4-pounder.
Wow. He is on fire.
It's only our 3rd 4-pounder on Bass Track of the day. Taco Ito's Phoenix Coast Big Bass 4.3 and Cook's 4.0, and that's it.
Got that one right at the boat, did Luke Palmer. We saw more than a few people turn their fortunes around in the afternoon and sort of redo their limits and get back in the game because they were not doing well.
I heard several on the weigh-in stage yesterday with Lisa and Dave say that they absolutely turned everything around in the afternoon, went from a really bad day to 13, 14, 15 pounds.
Well, we had 2 guys start the day in the top 10 who need to.
Luke Palmer is culling about every 2 or 3 minutes at this point. Yep, that was going to help him too. So this will be the 3rd bass in 10 minutes that makes his top 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still moving, ain't he?
Yep.
I was saying Austin Felix and was tied for 6th with 18-12 today. He's got 7-6. He's dropped into the 40s, and Gerald Swindle just landed his 5th fish after being in 10th place, and he's right at the cut line.
Let's take you back in time to a different part of the state of South Carolina right now. Luke Palmer on Santee Cooper, where he proved to be the master of the magic cypress.
He certainly did. Caught a lot of what he weighed in off just a couple different cypress trees throughout the week. Luke Palmer has not forgotten this week. He said yesterday on the weigh-in stage that he thought he'd figured something out in the afternoon, and about this time of year in South Carolina had really been good to him in the past. So he was certainly referring to 2023 Bassmaster Elite on Santee Cooper Lakes. Luke Palmer getting it done, catching those big old fish. I think the only angler in the field that year that caught a limit all 4 days. Shows you two very different fisheries, the numbers of bass. But Santee Cooper's certainly known for those 5+ pounders, a little more than Lake Hartwell. But what a great tournament for Luke Palmer. I'm sure he would like to hold another blue trophy over his head in the state of South Carolina.
That was another one of those big leads going in the final day. Mark Menendez had that huge morning with the couple 6+ pounders, closed that gap, and we're like, we have a race. And then he just goes and bam, 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 huge lead, big win.
Almost got to a century belt. He was 3 pounds and change from it, 96.14.
Well, we've finally caught us one more right one. It's still, we're just just panning around. It's not been easy by no means, but it seems like it is getting a little bit brighter. You know, I've talked about that quite a bit. But it's one of those deals I just got to keep my head down and go. I've struggled, and I keep trying to force something in some areas, and those fish just aren't cooperating. There's not any wind over there, and so maybe I've got over here and I've caught 3 or 4 fish, and they've started committing a lot better. I mean, I'm still having a bunch of followers. Like there, I just had 3 of them followed out and never did touch it. But you know, it's kind of like them amp batteries. You just got to keep your head and keep rolling and keep your foot on the gas, because you keep moving around, you can run into them. And I struggled to doing that yesterday, and I'm struggling again to do it today. And I mean, I'm fishing a little area that I didn't fish in practice again, and it's just, I don't know if maybe I just missed the ball that was over here or what, but I mean, it's definitely it's working a little better over here. You know, I need to catch me 2 more. I've got to catch 2 solid fish now. One, he didn't feel too hot today, so he's stuck in there, and it's a small one. That's what's kind of rough, but we'll keep running around in here and keep moving around. We got a little bit of wind kicking up now, so that's going to help. Can't hurt it any, because I think this water's so clear that these fish, they get a good look at it, and they know that ain't real. But some of them just get a little bit too close and get a little bit too excited about it and get dumb. So we just need a few more dumb ones, and at least get to go fish tomorrow. That's the main goal. Got to make that day 3 cut. I mean, obviously I would love to catch some 4.5, 5 pounders and try to stay in the top 10, but I've got to have to give me some big ones now. I mean, so, but it can happen. I mean, this place has got some good fish in it, a lot of fish in it. Just a matter of getting them to bite, and it's tough. I mean, you just don't. You think you go out there and just throw on them and get bit, and that is not the case. I mean, I don't know how many I've thrown on a day, but it's been a bunch, and a lot of them just come up and nip at it. And they can just tell, I think. I mean, it's, like I said, I think you can probably see 5, 6, 7 foot of water, or maybe even more if it was, you know, if the sun was out and it's calm. But we'll keep chugging along and be all right. Just got to catch us some good ones. It'll be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. It ain't been all right today. It's been a struggle.
Luke Palmer doing everything he can think to do on this very important day. He's still in good shape. He's in the top 10. He's looking good to definitely make it on to semifinal Saturday. Toya Fujita.
Yeah, I didn't like a better one.
that one we'll get rid of. He's got several small ones in there. That'll help the cause right there.
It seems like that lower end fishing off the bank just a little bit is getting better, just like Luke Palmer suggested.
Trying to turn up the volume a little bit down there. Hallmarks, Randy Howell in there. Trey McKinney in third place right there. Got it going on this day, so you watch out for Trey. He can get very streaky, and he can run up the score in a big way, really fast. That's his modus operandi, and we'll be back to see if we can find out more about that later. Just a little more than a couple of hours away. The weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Also at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the YouTube Bassmaster channel. Behind the tanks, Pat and the gang back there, getting the real inside scoop from these guys when they're sitting there at the tanks, waiting for their chance on the stage there, trying to elicit a little more information from our anglers as they get ready to wrap up this very, very important day here. Moultrie Behind the Tanks, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, youtube.com.
Tommy, I wanted to bring you into the studio real quick. Also, just a note, April is Autism Awareness Month. John Cruz, who's been a huge proponent of that, sent us a bunch of ribbons to wear in honor of that. So if you're unaware of that, check out Autism Awareness Month, how you can support all the research and discoveries of that. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about the first 2 hours of the morning. And on a blueback herring lake this time of the year when the herring spawn's a big deal, those first 2 hours are so vital for people's days. And this morning, maybe you're like, well, you just don't have anglers pursuing that bite. That's why we didn't see as much action. But no, for the field of anglers, yesterday's day one, over the first 2 hours of competition, we saw 329 bass hit Bass Track from the first 2 hours. Today it was 274. It might not seem like a bunch, 50 fish over a 100-person field, but those are anglers maybe spending the first hour or two on sight fish. They may catch one fish. There's guys like Emil Wagner who caught 10 to 20 yesterday in the first 2 hours. Definitely a dip, and when you look at the map and how it lays out, there are some areas of the lake where the blueback herring spawn was not a deal. So here's the two maps. I'm going to zoom in on day one. Some of the heat maps. You can see the reds and the yellows are really concentrated areas on the lake. You obviously have the Tougaloo and the Seneca, and you've got down lake towards the dam. Look at this region, the bottom portion, the bottom third of Lake Hartwell. The one we said that the spawning fish happened the latest, and maybe the blueback herring spawn was on its way to doing it. It looked like it showed up big time day one. Let's go over to day two. This morning, it was completely absent from our data, basically. Just a few people fishing there with success, whether they chose not to go there because it wasn't happening well, or they went there and had no success. Really, most of the blueback herring spawn areas did not go on well today. So it kind of was shocking to hear Brandon Cobb, a local, talk about how the blueback herring spawn was mediocre at best coming into the tournament. And then to see how good it was yesterday. But Tommy, this is what they're talking about. It's not hot and heavy. It's not steady. It is somewhat mediocre for where you are on the lake.
I should have caught this thing forever ago.
There's just still so many fish on the shoreline spawning. They haven't moved out to those places yet.
I'm going to try to look and find the 5 or 10 biggest fish caught off bed this week, and to see maybe we can map it by the weekend of where they were on the lake to see if there's a region that has put out the biggest sight fish this week, or if it is all over.
The 4 box tells a story right there. 3 of your 4 top 10 anglers that we have cameras with right here are all sight fishing.
Are you kidding me?
David, we talked about the amount of pressure this lake gets. And it's significant, I think. And these hard to catch bedding fish, is that partially a product of pressure, or is that just whatever stage they're in makes it hard, unnaturally hard?
Certainly, some stages make it more difficult than others, but I think in this case, in this lake, the pressure is a big part of it. The biggest factor.
Mm.
I've said this myself, but it's comical to talk about how fish are smart in some places and they're not smart in others. They just get conditioned to.
Sure. And some of it's genetics. The survivors are the ones that know how.
100%. Yep.
You know, carry that ability. You know,
natural selection.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, we've all done it. You catch a 5-inch bass on a 6-inch worm, you think, no, this one probably isn't going to make it.
His genes are not going far
No.
into the
because
in
we
the
don't
family
all
tree.
practice catch and release.
Yeah.
I read a study years ago that some are more prone to biting artificial lures.
Sure.
Now, Davey, if you got 950 miles of shoreline, that's about 9 miles a guy, but I'm sure we eliminate half of that at least. But there's plenty of room here, but like you said, there's tournament after tournament.
Yeah, right. It's not just the pressure from this one tournament with 102 boats. Honestly, when I leave home traveling, a lot of times I actually go across the bridge right there at Green Pond. I can see the ramp, and it is amazing. Whether it's a Wednesday or a Saturday, there seems to be a tournament going on out of Green Pond like every time I go by there. I go by there quite a bit.
It's an amazing place when you look at what they've built there now. It's just, it's like the SoFi Stadium for tournament bass fishing.
Yeah.
It's a state of the art.
Certainly something to be proud of.
Yeah.
Hats off again to Neil Paul. Did an article with him where he said, we figured that was our greatest resource, the lake of that region. So, hey, let's go all in on this Green Pond landing.
And we all know in this room for sure, we know Neil Paul and appreciate what he's done, but that's not an easy sale to convince a lot of the politicians / business owners in that community or in any community. What a great asset it is to have a good fishery in your area and how you should try to take advantage of it.
How?
Here we go.
Oh, Drew's got one.
Been working on a while.
Oh God, barely got it. Look at that, it's barely. Ooh, nice. Barely got it. Oh, I got it. Yes. That was well worth it. God, how did it barely have it? That's gonna be a nice goal there. Another 4-pounder. Number 2. Yeah.
He's got 1.25 pounds there he can get rid of with that one. That's a nice deal.
Yeah. Shows
yes, sir.
the amount of patience.
Let's go.
But a 4-pounder's worth it?
Absolutely, worth every minute of it. All right, Drew's going to move up. Put a little more pressure on this man right here. Paul Marks done a great job. Ascended to the lead early today. And right now we turn to Paul Marks to give us our Bass Pro Shops top tackle.
I'm Paul Marks. We're at Lake Hartwell, Bassmaster Elite Series. Throwing a Spro Skip Gap 3/0 3/16. It's a new one they just came out with a Zoom Fluke Stick Junior natural shad. Looks like a dying herring or a dead herring that's falling down to the bottom, and whenever they won't come up and eat a top water or a super fluke, I throw that down there and they chomp on it.
We continue Bassmaster Live, our coverage live of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Lake Hartwell, semifinal Saturday, as we take you down to this well-known, well-traveled as far as pro bass fishing goes, body of water here on the border between Georgia and South Carolina. Watching some movement up and down that leaderboard today, a lot of breakthroughs, a few setbacks as well. We can examine what we've seen today by utilizing our Toyota midday report, and we'll start with the man who started in 4th place today but arrived on the scene as the leader. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points as of today.
Yeah, got a good look this morning. Jason Couric, it seemed like we have a camera with him every tournament.
Yeah.
And certainly have one with him today. A good start yesterday. Caught most of his fish, he said, relating to spawning. Some of them post-spawners, garden fry, some of them still on the bed. We saw him start out this morning and actually around a herring spawn a little bit, put a couple small spots in the live well, culled those a little bit later, doing what he did most of the day yesterday. Using his electronics and his eyes and his polarized glasses. They're a wacky rig. Mixing up a drop shot and a wacky rig. 2 main weapons here. And oh yeah, let's don't forget about the tumbleweed.
Oh yeah, that's right, which you use.
I have played around with a tumbleweed a little bit. It's a very different looking, unique bait, but hey, you got to keep up with what these guys are doing if you're going to stay in touch with things.
Had the good fortune of staying with Drew Cook for a lot of yesterday, and we've been with him all day today, and he's putting on a show, doing what he is very, very good at.
So it's so interesting, educational to see Drew Cook, how persistent he has been, how he is all in on spawning largemouth and some of the bigger spotted bass, but primarily largemouth. We've seen our other anglers in the top 10 mixing up some herring spawn fish, especially early in the morning. Drew Cook has not done that. Started off yesterday and today with good, solid 4 to 5 pound fish. Starting off early, sight fishing. A lot of these other guys have gone try to put a few fish in the live well, but it's really paid off for Drew Cook. Catching his biggest fish yesterday and today in the first hour while most anglers were out doing other things. But for today, for Drew Cook to fall all the way back to 30th place and now unofficially up into 3rd place with 35 pounds even, it just shows you how good he is at what he does, how much confidence he has in what he is doing, and it's really been good. And he's done a good job talking us through what these fish are doing, the males and the females. So it's been great to have a camera with Drew Cook both days.
His patience is amazing. He will spend the time it takes to get a good result if he thinks he can get it. Randy Howell, our day 1 leader with well over 21 pounds of fish, and coming out there with an 8-pounder in his live well as well yesterday. That would be hard to replicate today, so you expect a drop-off, but Randy has done his best to prevent that from happening.
He's done a good job today. When you see an angler leading an event with a 8-pounder like he had yesterday, being such a big key to him leading, you think, well, he's not going to stay in the hunt very long. You won't catch another one that size very likely this week. The same angler in particular started out yesterday with that fish. Today started out, you see here, with the herring spawn, fishing a variety of top waters, jerk baits, and even a crankbait or 2 mixed up. Got him a solid limit, and then he went to the bank. And I've known Randy a long time, since the early to mid 90s. He's always been a good sight fisherman. Keeps a wacky rig Cinco in his hand a lot while he is using other baits, sight fishing. But this fish right here in particular was a bonus with that wacky rig Cinco. A nice solid 3 1/4, 3.5 pound spotted bass right there. But good job, Randy Howell. Currently unofficially in 2nd place without an 8-pounder. He's done a good job just catching a solid limit of fish today.
Georgia's Paul Marks, the rookie, doing very well this season, came in 3rd place today, and He has moved right up to the top very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. If you keep up with tournament bass fishing around Lake Hartwell, you will recognize Paul Marks. If you don't know him, because this is his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you know him if you're in the Georgia, South Carolina area. A very, very good angler with a lot of experience here on Lake Hartwell. Not surprising to see him around the top of the leaderboard. Currently and officially, he is leading with 35 pounds, 15 ounces. Had a great day yesterday. I don't think we're going to see him stumble. It'll be interesting to see if he can continue to catch these, let's say, 3.5 pound spotted bass on a consistent basis. We've seen some other great anglers, Emil Wagner yesterday, doing a lot of the same things that Paul Marks had done. And you can kind of get stuck in catching 2 3/4 pounders, maybe some 3 pounders, and not those 3.5, 3 3/4 like Paul has been able to do. But good for him. He's been mixing it up also. Started this morning to herring spawn, did some side fishing, and he's catching these spotted bass.
Well, there you go, Paul Marks with the 8-ounce lead ahead of Randy Howell. Randy doing a good job of hanging in there. Drew Cook, as Davey said, that roller coaster ride today from up in the top 6 all the way down to the mid-30s and then back up again. Just had to stop and fill out his limit in order to take care of part of that. Trey McKinney appearing sort of out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, but he's been lurking for a while, but he is a big part of the story right now. Jay Shakura, Jordan Lee, Luke Palmer, Lee Livesey, Cody Meyer, and Alex Redwine now make up our top 10. Good bit different from what we started the day with. Falling out of the top 10, Kyoya Fujita is one of those right there. Coop Gallant, big move from 70th up to 4th place at one point during the course of this day. Shane LeHue, who everyone was picking as one of the local favorites, though from North Carolina, they figured him to do very well here. And he had a disappointing day yesterday, but he is putting that behind him and getting some good work done. Cole Sands, Taku Ito, Easton Fothergill, Ray Hanselman. Patrick Walters has been in the 20s pretty much all this tournament here. He said he got into a little bit bad rotation on day number 1. Thought he could have really wrecked him a little bit more, or a lot more, but it didn't really happen. But he hasn't fallen any more, we'll just say that.
Yeah, you have to understand, keep it up with Patrick Walters' young career, that sometimes he makes a real big move right about weigh-in time if you pay attention to his bass track very often. But another name that I saw up there a little farther on the list, Jordan Lee, keeps hanging around that 5th to 10th place.
Yes.
Keep an eye on Jordan Lee.
Absolutely.
He's great on this lake also.
We all had our eye on Jeff Gustafson coming in here because we got a classic coming up from the Tennessee River, Knoxville, Tennessee, and he's owned that body of water, that little piece of water, for the last 2 visits by Elites and Classics, and thought he'd shot himself out of it yesterday, but he's made it back into the top 50. Maybe he can hang in there, gain some more traction there, and sort of salvage a tournament. He needs to do that if he wants to keep that goal in sight. Gerald Swindle hanging in there in the top 50 as best he can, and these are the ones on the outside looking in, including Brandon Cobb. Definitely, he was a favorite coming in here. Hard to understand that, but as I say, we've seen a lot of guys do good work in the afternoon here, actually turn their days around, so maybe we'll see some of that.
Yeah, hopefully so. We certainly didn't expect to see Brandon Cobb around that cut line.
Go back in there.
Back to Paul Marks live.
Well, how's the day going? It's pretty good. I got a decent bag. Just trying to get a big largemouth right now. Get an actual upgrade. I feel like I'm kind of burning my spotted bass up out there, so I'm gonna let them have a break. I'm just gonna look rest of the day and maybe run into a big one. This one's not too big, but it'll definitely coal a little bit if I can get her to go up there and bite.
For everyone who didn't see this approach this morning, Davey, tell them what he's doing right now.
It's interesting to watch these anglers, and there's different strategies. They're all Elite Series anglers, so they're good at what they do, but we've learned today watching Paul Marks that one thing that he likes to do is throw a bigger swim bait up around some of these spawning fish to get them hopefully to become more aggressive. I assume this is the same swim bait we saw him with earlier, which has no hooks on it. It's something that I've seen other anglers do before, for sure, to try to get these fish to bite and get aggressive and then reel that bait in and cast in a bait, usually with just one hook, a single hook, a Texas rig, a jig, something like that, where your chances of hooking that fish on the outside of the mouth is a lot less probable than with that big glide bait. You hook that fish on the outside of the mouth, you have to release that fish.
Where did Drew cook?
Afternoon's going pretty good. You know, we just made a really good call. Got a good bag. Just need to get rid of one more, and I think we'll be just fine. We've still got, you know, almost 3 hours to do it. I'm not doing it until 4 o'clock, so we're gonna keep hunting and pecking, and just keep looking around. There's a big one right there, and try and get it done. We fished for a big bag today so far. There's a couple of them that we might go back to, you know, and try. I've got one female that I found just a little while ago. They were fresh, very fresh. Go back to it, and then I'm gonna have to go back to that big one that I spent all that time on this morning, at least just to try. Because if I could catch her, I would have a really, really good bag that would give me a good shot going into the weekend. But we haven't really connected on many of the roaming fish up here today. Yesterday, and in practice, it was, you know, I could get those to bite pretty consistently. So hopefully here in a little bit, we'll get us one of these big ones. I've seen 2 big ones down this bank, and I haven't been able to get either one of them to bite. But it's what we need. There's another big one right there. Man, there's some bass down this bank.
Yeah, he's got a good bag. He's got the second best bag of the day.
I'm all over him. Now I lost the one that was up there shallow. But sun's poking out a little bit. It's not windy. Might be a good afternoon, but I think we're gonna have to keep up pace with everybody else too, because everybody else is probably gonna have a good afternoon. Especially if anybody's fishing docks, or the dock people is what really scares me. Because I saw some really big bass underneath some docks. Dang.
Well, speaking of dock fishing, one of 2 anglers we've been following today who spent a lot of time on docks is this man, Jay Shakeup, with good results. Although he has moved down from 4th to 5th.
All right. Well, I'm having a tough time catching some of the bedfish that I have found. Been running a little bit of new water, mixing it up a little bit, and again, just trying to catch some 3-pounders has been the name of the game today, and I've been struggling doing that so far. We still have 3 hours left, which is a lot of time to. Oop, might have had that one to bite. There's a lot of time to make something happen, so. Just need to find the right couple fish. It don't take long when you find the right ones, but the problem is just running into them. I've caught a lot of, you know, 2 2.25s that have not helped me recently. So, yeah, the plan for, I'm not gonna deviate from what I'm doing, just because I know at any point I can catch a 5-pounder, which is really all I need. 1 5-pounder and you're right there. So I keep after it and see what happens.
Jay, like so many of these good anglers, knows exactly where he stands with regard to the score. If he catches a 5-pounder, he's right up there, even with Paul Marks and Randy Howell.
Yeah, they're not able to keep score with the other anglers during the event itself, but they
know
pretty much know what
they played this game so long and so well.
Yep. Jay definitely spending more time around the boat docks than anyone else, but I guess second
we made
to him
making
is
some moves
Randy Howell.
around. Headed back to some areas that I saw some yesterday that I didn't catch, since I didn't need to catch them yesterday, so I'm kind of running back through those areas. I hadn't hit them yet today. I fished a bunch of fairly new water today. A few stretches paid off, but then I spent a lot of time going back in that creek further and it was dead, and so I wasted a good bit of time in there. So I haven't culled. I've still caught little fish a bunch, but catching the size has not happened yet. But I do know where some more are. The pollen has really gotten worse in a lot of areas today. You can't see. Everywhere I've been, it's not really been visible. But we're down to crunch time, 2 hours and 10 minutes. We're gonna make something good happen here. I'm only a couple good bites away from having a good day. Got good fish. One decent and then 2 others that I need to get rid of for sure. And we can have
Keep our eyes on Randy for sure, especially since he just disclosed he knows where a couple of good ones are that he had time to catch. I like that excuse. Yeah. I haven't had time to catch them. We got time to take a break. Pushing on toward the weekend. The weekend means semifinal Saturday, but you got to get through this day. Day number 2, moving day at the Whataburger. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell. Started with the full field of 102 anglers yesterday. Randy Howell, man who came out on top, including a giant largemouth bass, especially in the context of Lake Hartwell. Lake Hartwell full of fish, though. Everyone caught their limit yesterday, and most all anglers have their limit on this day. But you somehow got to make it into the top 50, so it takes something a little bit special, something a little extra. You can't quit now. You got to keep pushing all the way to the end of today.
The catches seem to slow down because there's still a lot of the anglers. You see 2 out of the 3 right here that we have cameras on are sight fishing, and when your smallest fish is 2 3/4, maybe 3 pounds, you don't come across many that'll help you, and then when you do, they're not easy to catch, so you have to spend a little time between fish. In the mornings, no one's nearly as picky or as choosy. They'll be glad to catch those 1 3/4 spotted bass or largemouth and put in their live well, hoping that they'll cull them later.
You have a new Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, Joey Cifuentes, with a 4.5-pounder. His bass track was off. It just came in. He caught it this morning. So, but he's got a quartet of 1-pounders, so it's not. He's staying around in the mid-70s. But heck, that could be a lot of points at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Upgrade.
Cull one of those 1-pounders and he'll be right there close to the cut, I would think. You know, if he catches a 2.5.
May need more than one. May need a couple of those, Davey.
Trying to be nice, Such.
When did you get kicked out of the Optimist Club, see?
I've never been in it, Tommy.
So
Oh,
that's what's like in there.
I'd say you're normally that guy, Such, that is open-minded.
Looks like Drew Cook might be back on one of those fish we saw him fishing for earlier.
He says there's still a bunch around.
He's got the late check-in. Yeah. So he's got till 4:30.
He's got a long day. Jay Shakeup, been in 4th place all day till about 30 minutes ago. He got dropped down to 5th place by Trey McKinney's move up the leaderboard.
This looks like where Randy Howell caught the big fish yesterday morning.
It does kind of look like that, doesn't it?
Pull up the map and on our version of things and see.
He picked up. Definitely not a 715.
Yes. Finally. Took a long time.
Get rid of that level one.
Yeah. Look at the head on that.
Yeah.
Big old male.
Is it?
Could be.
Didn't even know I had her. It was just like swimming towards me the whole time. Almost 3. It's all right. Calls that 233, whichever that one is.
Good call for Jay there. Help him about a pound or so, I think.
Yeah, could get him back up into 4th place.
I haven't looked on a map, but it looks.
It's farther south.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely in the bottom third of the lake compared to. Unless that ping is off, like it's later, or earlier. But it says about 15 minutes ago.
Does not seem odd that Shakeup is only turning 26 this June, coming up.
Yeah, not quite on my scale, but my scale's been light for every tournament this year, so right at it. I need a 4-pounder right now. Really bad would be perfect. I'm going. Yeah.
Jay ready to close up shop at this spot right here. Take off for the next destination. His work is done right there. We'll take a quick break and come right back to Lake Hartwell. Day number 2, getting to where we can almost see the end of the day from here right now. About an hour and a half's fishing time for our first flight. Anglers out here trying to make it into the top 50 by day's end. Weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Keep reminding you of that. Very important day for a lot of anglers on this 4th stop of the progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Out to Luke Palmer.
Hit it. Oh, he's running too much to be big.
little bit on the skinny side for that one right there.
I think it'll help him though.
Could be an addition.
Not gonna help him a lot if it does help him though. He's gotten rid of all those real small ones.
Yeah, he's got the 1-plussers out. Luke started 4th place today, tied with Jay Shakira. No, couldn't make the cut with that one. Let's go back out to our leader, Paul Marks.
Been back and forth from fishing a little offshore to trying to fish right along the shoreline to catch a largemouth. It's more like he's on a herring spawning place now, though. Instead of looking for a largemouth on the bed. Out on some Maine Lake stuff, but still fishing within a cast of the bank.
How long has the herring been in this lake, Davey?
That's a good question. I'm saying, I mean, I remember when it happened, but it's been so long ago, Tommy.
Yeah.
25 years, 30 years maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I remember when guys first started getting a clue on bass relating to them. They could have been there for a number of years before that, but
yeah,
people have been fishing around them for 25 or 30 years.
Ah.
Bass fishing. Clark Hill, Hartwell. A few years later, around Murray, Norman, Lanier.
I remember when we used to do a lot of tournaments at Clark's Hill. Some story went around about a truck breaking down next to the, transporting for some reason, transporting herring somewhere. It sounded like a
Sounds like a good story anyway.
Yeah, it sounded like a good story, and it's like that's how they got into Clark's Hill.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that could be true. I don't know.
Are y'all talking about two different lakes? You keep saying Clark's Hill, and you keep saying Clark Hill. Which one are we
It's
talking
Clark's Hill.
It's the Strom Thurmond.
Strom Thurmond, there we go. That's
It's still Clark's Hill.
yeah.
If you ever have to ask yourself if Davey is saying it correctly or Tommy,
we just go with
Tommy.
Okay.
No,
but you're the
right.
champ there. That's why I assume you can
Apparently
name
I've been
whatever
saying,
you want.
I've been saying Tugaloo, Ron. I say Tougaloo is what you say, Ronnie. Tougaloo.
Tougaloo is the local.
That's what the locals say.
pronunciation, yeah.
Well, I stand corrected. I've been calling.
And with names, it can be. It depends on how.
Who
it's
you're talking
locally-
to, where you
Right.
are.
Yeah, I've heard when you're being a little quiet, it's called the Seneca, not the Seneca. No, I'm just kidding.
You're thinking about that cooking guy. Now.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go there with when you been. It's not when you been. It's when you bay.
I thought that was some slow motion replay there from Drew for a second there. He was being stealthy.
Dang, it was not where it was supposed to go.
There we go.
The whole family's out today. Got some good parental supervision going on.
Yep, certainly that time of the year.
Yeah.
one dock too short here. One dock too soon. I believe he's right there on that bank, right where I left him fish at, and think nobody was gonna find them. He was in here yesterday. But he was back in the cove.
There's that old bass tracker again.
Drew Cook is certainly looking for another big one to catch today, but I think he's also in the looking for those 2.5 to 3 pounders that would come in handy tomorrow to have located and a waypoint on some fish. A few to start on.
Drew still with the second best limit of the day, 16 pounds and 4 ounces. Only better one's Paul Marks with 16.8.
It's always how hard you work for your 16 to 17 pounds. Yesterday it was so easy for Drew, so quick. He got up to almost 19 pounds. Everything went perfect, and how hard he's had to work for 16 pounds today. Whereas for Paul Marks, he's had to work hard. He's catching a lot of fish, but he's able to do it without stretching his resources as much. I know he's hitting his spotted bass stuff hard, but
Gosh almighty. Ooh. I don't know how big it is. Oh man. It was not worth it. Not worth it at all.
Not gonna do him any good. Smallest one is bigger than that.
Drew will move on, fish on. Looking out for tomorrow. He knows he's got a good bag today. He told us so. He can make it really good. Catches one more of those 4 pounders. But Paul Marks, for the time being, still hanging on top there. Slight lead ahead of Randy Howell. Trey McKinney, Jay Shakeup, Lee, Palmer, Livesey, Meyer, and Redwine rounding out your top 10. Day 2. Getting near to the final hour of fishing for our first flight group here. The full field fishing, 102 anglers today. I'll update the leaderboard for you right now, according to Bass Track. Paul Marks still a slight lead ahead of Randy Howell, and Drew Cook has pulled up very close to those two. Those three bunched up very tightly together. We call it a statistical tie, because nothing's official as of right now. A couple of pounds back you go and find Trey McKinney and Jay Shakeup and Jordan Lee all knotted together in that second group. Luke Palmer, solo 7th. Oh, no. He's pretty close to Lee Livesey. Cody Meyer and Alex Redwine joining our top 10 during the course of the afternoon here. Our marathon peak performance, it's time to award that right now to Paul Marks. Great performance today, just as steady as it gets, catching them one after the other. He knows how to catch spotted bass every way you can catch spotted bass, and he's shown out today.
Yeah, absolutely. The marathon peak performer is Paul Marks. You love it when a plan comes together. I talked to him last night. He said, I'm going to start off shallow with some fish that are relating to a herring spawn, hopefully put a few in the boat. Then I'm going to go start on a fish that I saw on the bed, hopefully can get her to bite. He did go do that, did not catch the bigger one, but he did catch a fish or two off of the bed. Then he went and really caught most of his weight, starting at that about 9:30 or so. You see a 3.4, a 3.6, a 3.10, all spotted bass. He's fishing a little bit offshore down towards the dam. He's gone back fishing along the shoreline trying to catch him a largemouth. But you love it when a plan comes together. You're the marathon peak performer. Paul Marks, currently unofficially our tournament leader.
Paul on the run right now, looking for the next spot to go in and maybe finish out his day. Fishing here on day number 2.
I was gonna say that TH Marine Pick'em, she talked about the matchups. It was the roommates, Shakurit and Redwine, and I picked Shakurit, and I thought I was well safe, but seeing Redwine sneak in the top 10 now, that matchup's 5th and 10th on the leaderboard right now, so that is a close duo.
It's just a roamer, and it's kind of got she's got a spot that she likes. She's not on bed, nothing like that. She's just up here, and normally if you don't get them to bite the first cast, it's going to be pretty tough. And this one did not bite on the first cast, but it keeps going back to the same spot, and it's doing it pretty quick. So like I've just got my stuff hid up there, and whenever it makes the loop, you got to remember where your bait is, and then when it gets by your bait, just shake it just a little bit to make them react to it. It seems like, especially these roamers, if you shake it too much, they're not big fan of it. But they're all different. Who knows? I guess that one was kind of looking at it right then. Set it down right there. You would think like a drop shot or something would do really good with them, but I haven't been able to get him to bite a drop shot. And like her spot's kind of moving closer and closer to the boat, unfortunately. I can't tell how big it is though. That's the only bad thing. I think it's a nice one. Like nice enough to go. But I don't know for sure. Getting closer and closer to us. She started out over there by that black thing. Not about it. I think it's borderline, like 3, maybe 3.5. So I don't quite know if it's worth it. Maybe we'll try one cast with the front flapper. if she'll get up there at it. Okay, piqued some interest there. She stopped dead in her tracks. I feel like that's the spot I'm gonna catch her at. She's swimming, she's fixing to swim all the way to the boat. I guess I'll be able to see how. That last 4-pounder has me really jacked up, like size-wise.
Interesting to have a camera with Drew Cook. 2 full days with a lot of spawning fish on the shoreline to just see how much time he spends with some of these bass.
That's just fascinating, and how he does the math and figures out what's worth it and what's not.
Oh, what? Wake up, what?
What?
Big fish alert from Skeeter Boats. Emil Wagner, a 5-0, our first 5-pounder of the day. He was off Bass Track. He had 1 fish early in the morning. He's got 15-10. He's from 32nd place to 8th.
Wow.
Me and Davey were just talking about that during the commercial break. Is Emil's Bass Track correct? I texted his marshal, his ambassador, they've popped in, and he's got closer to 17 than that 15 and change. So he will probably be with us tomorrow, no doubt, Davey Hyten. And your premonition was right.
I went out on a limb, Tommy. I think you'd walked away from the desk and said, I'll bet my Whataburger Yeti cup that Emil Wagner has more than 2 fish for 4 pounds at this point of day 2. And thanks for checking.
was right.
So I didn't lose my treasured cup.
Yeah, no, you can keep your cup. You can enjoy it. Savor it. Treasure it.
Absolutely.
And just so you know, Tommy, I didn't take him up on the bet.
No, he wasn't.
I didn't doubt
huh?
Emil. You know, I don't need 2 cups beside me. It's unbalanced.
You don't want to get one of these, South Carolina 3-card money games here.
Yeah. He's got people in the woods, Davey does, at Hartwell telling us him updates. So
you don't want to get no jackpot here, as they say.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that one.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll have Paul and Emil.
That'd be something.
On camera tomorrow.
Good. Georgia State Championship. Provided Drew's in there.
I was
too.
going to say, and Drew Cook.
Drew's looking really good to be.
Says, don't forget about South Georgia.
Everybody trying to put the finishing touches on a limit of fish that will assure them, the ones we're watching, assure them of a spot in the top 50, but maybe a shot at Championship Sunday. Not too early to start thinking about that. Maybe laying some plans, do a little scouting on this day if you have some time, a spare moment here and there. Allmark still on top, Howell and Cook right behind. We'll be right back.
20 pounds and 10 ounces. 21 pounds, 11 ounces. 21-11. And Randy Howell is leading the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell in beautiful Anderson, South Carolina. Let me hear it for Randy Howell. Boom shakalaka, giant bass. Jeepers creepers, check out the peepers on that swamp donkey. That thing has
The weigh-in not without a few explosions yesterday, and that was the biggest one of them all, the fireworks when Randy Howell came to weigh in his fish. 21 pounds plus and an 8-pound, just an ounce under an 8-pounder largemouth there. And yes, Davey.
The 8-pounder yesterday, what a difference a day makes. But your big fish is your big fish, and 2 days in a row it's Randy Howell. Today it's a Lake Hartwell spotted bass. Yep, spotted bass on a Wacky Rig Cinco today. Same bait as yesterday, different fish, different size fish, but Power Pole replay of the day, Randy Howell with a 4-pound spotted bass. Jeepers creepers. Look at those peepers, isn't that what he said?
That's right.
Power Pole replay of the day, Randy Howell.
Swamp donkey peeper, something like that. I don't know. That's
beautiful fish, I will say that. Beautiful specimen. Oh. Is that Randy Howell's live well with a 4-pound spotted bass in there?
A couple cuties.
Wow.
Trying to debate on I know I can get a fish out from 2 cables over back there, so saw a big one back there. It's probably on a bed right there. But let's see.
Trying to figure out how he's going to try to approach this. There's a way to only fish over 1 cable versus 2 would be much better. He was whispering there is another boat just at that next dock.
Just trying to figure out.
Empty slip.
Here. Some other places, but I don't really.
That's a good one, swimming under the float.
The best thing to do. Got one boat that was already on here that probably might have caught the one I was saved up yesterday. I don't know. Get back in here and look at this slip real fast. No, don't do that. Still back there? Did you?
Think you might be talking to one of our camera boats.
I can't believe that. I mean, that female almost bit it.
It's Tyler Rivette.
Yeah. I thought I heard
I mean,
Fry
she, like,
Garter
kissed it.
like yelled.
It's crazy.
You know, off in the distance, you know, like that's a Fry Garter over there.
But again, I don't know.
Rivette had a tough day yesterday, looking to bounce back today.
Austin Felix, after starting tied for 6th place with 18-12, fell way down. He just landed a 3:14 to get in the teens and then a 2:2 to get in 10th place with 12.5 today.
How about that?
Nice late move. Got another tie for Phoenix Boats Big Bass, Brandon Lester.
5-0.
Take that for Drain the Lake, Tommy.
What's that?
Brandon Lester 5-pounder.
Everything.
All right.
Kind of sick.
Got him on your drain team.
I'm always a week late. Had Polinick on my Pascatank team after he wins Okeechobee, which I picked all these guys before the season started. Then I have Lester after he gets second at the Pascatank. Just come on now.
I got to Kyoya Fujita. It's been a slow day for Kyoya, but
I was about to say.
Trying to put something together here.
Surprisingly slower day for him than I expected. This is certainly right up his alley.
Oh, yeah. 19 pounds yesterday. You figured he was going to go out and wreck him for a while.
Yes, good throw.
Good one here.
Yes.
I mean, just boat flip.
Two and a half. Yes, 2.5.
Looks bigger than 2.5 to me.
It sounded like 2.5, but surely he meant 3.5. I agree with you. Definitely looks bigger than 2.5.
Helps back in the top 10.
Definitely an upgrade. He's putting him to live well.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm with you though. I think it's 3.5.
3.5, yeah. Definitely a bite window, about 20 fish in the last 15 minutes on Bass Track. Lighten up.
Picking up about that time of day.
Hallmark still on top. Randy Howell, Kyoya Fujita, you see him there. Weighing in 8th place as he rejoins the top 10, along with Jordan Lee, Luke Palmer, Austin Felix now, as Such mentioned, jumping up there after going down pretty hard, a tumbling, a descent earlier. We'll be right back. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lake Hartwell is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Clock is ticking on day number 2. Very important day. You have to be in the top 50 at day's end, at the weigh-ins in, I should say. The weigh-in starts less than an hour away, about 40 minutes from now. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, local time. Take a look at all our anglers out there. Look at the Meanwhile, take a quick glance at the unofficial leaderboard. And just above the 50 cut, 50th place, Dakota Abear, 49th, Buddy Gross, and 48th, Jeff Gustafson. 3 anglers who could really use a day 2 cut here. That would help them all out tremendously.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned about 40 minutes before. Some of them have to check in, but quite a few, that have those later flights that have an hour and a half or so of fishing time left, which is very, very crucial. It hurts to not make the cut on any of these elite tournaments, but there will be a lot of guys that miss a cut by just the smallest of margins here this week that'll regret it. Looking at this map, though, you can see, and we have talked about it yesterday and today, they are spread out over 550 miles of, no, how much is this? 950. Gosh, that number just doesn't want to come out of my mouth. 950 miles of shoreline And they are spread out over most of it, no doubt about it. We haven't seen many people. I see one angler way up there. Not many people fishing, and there he is, Greg Hackney. Not many people fishing up the Seneca, way up the Tougaloo. Most of them in the main part of the lake, I should say, but very well spread out, very well spread out.
A couple recent 3-pounders have helped two guys from the 50s, Timothy Doobie and Andrew Loberg, get in our teens. Threaten to maybe make top 10 tomorrow.
Ain't gonna help, but I don't know, he might.
A solid fish there. Yeah. It doesn't help.
Chubby one. It's juicy. Stop it, stop it. Nope.
Not gonna do it. Too short.
How's it feel to throw back a fish that size?
Pretty good.
Oh man.
Just wish I could catch one about twice that size.
A lot of anglers would love to have had that fish in their life.
Wow, yes. Could sticking around tomorrow for several of our anglers. Maybe on his bass track, his smallest is 3.0. He's got 2 3.4s, a 3.6, and a 3.10. That looked.
That fish looked. I was about to ask you that. Appreciate that, Such. I was going to say that was a 3-pounder. Had to be a 3-pounder.
Looked like it.
Don't think this one's going to help him though.
Yeah, that's definitely, definitely not going to make it.
I think Drew Cook is back on one of those fish that he spent a lot of time on earlier today.
Looks familiar. About 3 or 4 places.
Big ones need to grow.
Yeah, very much like
Guess they're
that.
trying to. They're eating.
$960 odd miles of shoreline, and he's got to fish the same 3 places most of the day.
That's
maybe because there's 4-pounders on those little locations.
Not all miles are the same.
go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, where the heck are we there?
If I can just get one of them to bite.
That's actually where we're supposed to be.
You know how we said Jeff Gustafson has to catch him if he wants to get back to the Tennessee River Classic? Well, he started like 72nd. He just caught his 4th 2 3/4 pounder. He's up to 13.10 instead of 72nd. He's just inside the cut right now at 44. So, and that would only improve him from 98th to 85th or 6th in points.
But
that's a start.
Yeah, and if he makes the cut, then he'll have a chance to make up some more ground tomorrow. But yeah.
I can't believe she's still here. Especially with as fast as they're moving up and down and stuff.
How about a new Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader? His weights just came in. Carl Jacobson, 5.5 pounder, 5'8". He's got 16.5 on the day. He was 70th. Now he's 15th. He just popped in at 15th place.
What's his 2-day total?
29.10.
Wow.
Yeah. If we think that cut's going to be 28 something.
He had 13.5 yesterday.
He may not be 15th, but he may be top 25, top
Yes,
30.
yes.
Yeah, there'll be some bump.
Move.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Closer guys like
30.
Drew Benton off Bass Track altogether, and Tucker Smith and several other guys with 15
Chasing
pounds.
something off right now.
Not many, but 10 or so are off Bass Track.
Yeah, that's why instead of like the Pascatank, people would make a jump up to the top 15 and they wouldn't make the 50 cut because so many guys came in that we were 30 or 40 ambassadors short, us only being 10 less than our field size. A lot less skew.
Still can't quite pinpoint where the bed is. But the way she just acted it, whatever that was that swam up there by that stick.
The action continues, that is for sure. Stu Cook really would like to add one more of those good big ones to his total today. He's got a good day, though, so far. Solid 3rd place right now, 16 pounds and 4 ounces. Paul Mark, still the man, with 16 pounds, 8 ounces in 1st. That's it. Stop number 4 for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. Anderson, South Carolina. Visit Anderson is our local host, and we are more than happy and grateful to this community which supports and helps to make things happen, like this incredible Green Pond landing facility out here on Lake Hartwell. Absolutely state-of-the-art. Most impressive place I've ever seen for staging a tournament of this magnitude. A real pleasure. Thanks to everyone in this part of South Carolina for supporting bass fishing at the highest level.
Tommy, we're here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I got the guy, Davey Height, here with me. And when we think about, you talked about Green Pond Landing, Anderson, South Carolina. That's really the heartbeat of Lake Hartwell. The tournaments, there's so much pressure, so many events go on here. And if I have to denote it on our Lakemaster mapping here, and we put a circle, that green circle there, let's just say that's the home base, that's Green Pond Landing. Davey Height, when you're trying to catch a bunch of fish, you think spotted bass, numbers. But these guys who are now trying to get that one big bite, we think largemouth. You could go on any bank of the 960 miles and find it, but tell me why this is the heart, how we have to stay near the heart for some of these largemouth.
Well, it's the time of the year. It's, seasonal patterns, and it's where you choose to fish. And a lot of these anglers, I mean, Ronnie, we talked about it a little bit. If you go above, say, this line up here, we haven't seen anyone. Maybe Greg Hackney, like the only angler up there, had a tough day yesterday. He's just looking for something different. Don't see a lot up there. These fish are so far up and that water temperature is actually colder, it's moving. These fish will spawn much later than the fish down in this mid-range in here. I think you had some marks earlier about where some of these bigger fish were being caught.
So we talk about the 715 from Randy Howell came from this general region. You had a Lester, a Lowen, I believe a Pipkins, and there was maybe one more 5+ pounder. These are the 5, 6+ pounders and that 8 pounder.
Yeah, so the time of the year, these anglers are looking for fish close to the bank. You get a Jason Kirk is fishing around the boat docks. Randy Howell caught that big fish. It was between a boat dock and a shoreline. In these general areas of the lake, even though they're very far apart, as far as being up a river or down on the lower end, they're the kind of in between, and it's that time of the year right now. This is where this lake is producing best for these bigger fish. The lower end are producing, the very lower end, we've seen Paul Marks, we've seen Koya Fijuta, those guys down there around the dam trying to catch those bigger spotted bass. But the bigger largemouth have been kind of in this midsection. We've seen anglers catch fish all throughout, except, like I say, all the way up 620, all the way up Seneca, and all the way.
Extremes,
but really, like the heart of the lake, not too far from Green Pond Landing there, is where most of these bigger fish have been caught.
And we'll denote Andersonville Island. It's factored Takahiro led a classic there, way offshore in the coldest of temperatures. But we've seen Drew Cook and other people sight fish. You're not up a creek, Davey. You're out on the main lake on an island. But those places, this is still the heart of Hartwell. And we're seeing a lot of largemouth show up not far. If you're a doctor, maybe the closest ventricles to the heart, Davey. The aorta, valves.
Okay.
All those valves,
That's the anatomy of a fishing.
I don't know. I've heard some words sometimes, some places.
You know some words. You know words, right? Well, let's get out quickly. Out to Jay Shakir. Let's get out to him live right now. Jay's sitting in 5th place as it stands right now. Started the day in 4th place, and he has held serve today. There's no doubt about that.
I did not know she had it. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
That was really bad. Stay on. Yes.
Wow.
That's the one we needed.
Big help.
Yes. Lake Hartwell specimen right there. Look at the size of the tail on that fish. God. That happened to me again where I was like feeling it. And I'm like watching it like swim out from under the dock. I'm like, wait a second. He has my bait. Oh, that's got to be 4 pounds. Yes, it's over 4. Let's go. Over a 4-pounder.
So it's over 4?
Yeah.
Like
4-1.
4-1.
He said just a few minutes ago, I need a 4-pounder.
Look at this again. I started paying out a little line there when he got that one tightened up there. I knew something was up.
Beautiful fish. Golly. A lot of these largemouth have been thin, but that one, like he said, look how thick that fish is down around the tail.
You got the whale tail going there.
Love all these different anglers, different personalities.
Yeah.
It's, for him to say, I said, wait a minute. It's got my worm. Here he is.
Here we go
Another
again.
one.
This could be another good one, too.
He's acting like it, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know how big. Oh, yeah. Yes. I think that'll help, maybe.
Close.
Put him on the beam, huh? 6 and 1.
Jay Security making up some ground on our leader, Paul Marks. Paul Marks certainly been the star of the show since mid-morning today. Put an early limit in, ascended to the top there. Take a look back at his day.
Yeah, you take a look at Paul Marks. He's got a lot of experience here, and you can tell it watching him all day today. He did exactly what he told me he was going to do when I was able to talk to him last night. Start off on some shallow schooling areas where the blueback heron are spawning. Hopefully catch a couple of good ones, and he did just that. Caught some small spotted bass also, good largemouth here, and then he caught a couple good spotted bass, got off to a good start, got a limit in the boat early. It's always good, and they weren't all small ones. This one was, but a couple of those fish, he kept in the live well for most of the day. Paul Marks starting out. Doing what a lot of people in this tournament, a lot of the anglers have started out on these schooling blueback heron type shoals and shallow points. But the big key for him to get the day off so good is several of his were 3+ pounders this morning. And then he said, I'm going to go shallow and fish for some spawning fish. He did that. I don't think he's got one in his live well right now that he caught like that. But now he's out a little deeper.
Oh, I don't know. Definitely do some herring spawn stuff in the morning. It's going to be sunny and calm. Maybe more will move up onto the bed. But I'm probably just going to try to catch a good bag of spots first, and then worry about that later. Kind of just go as the day goes on. Not much really, just that the bedfish weren't biting very good for me. There's a good bit of fish on brush. Seem like big fish. There's always little ones on brush. Seems like there's some bigger ones today. So, might run that a little bit. I think it's going to be sunny, so might be able to throw a chrome topwater over top of them.
Don't tempt us with a good time, Davey Height.
So I think his cameraman asked him what he
Though.
planned to do
So hard to get
tomorrow.
the bite.
Even though he started with I don't know, it sounded like his plan was exactly like it was today.
Yeah. With a little more sun in the mixture.
Yeah.
Something, because people would say the cloud should have helped the herring bite today, but it wasn't.
Moving closer and closer to weigh-in time. That's going to be the scene of that right there. Green Pond Landing takes place, well, starting in 15 minutes. So mark that down. Let's be that. Find that right here on Bassmaster.com. Paul Marks taking a lead, albeit a slim lead, unofficially, to the weigh-in this afternoon. Randy Howell right behind him. Drew Cook. Jay Security with that last good one there. Hey, he just added himself to that group at the top. He's more attached to them, just 8 ounces back of third place Drew Cook. Getting tied at the top, and boy, 50th is the big place we'll be looking at come weigh-in time. Little bit of fishing left in our Bass Live day here at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Stop number 4, Lake Hartwell for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. So thankful for the people at Anderson and the Power Pole for sponsoring our live coverage all day long. Dodged some weather, I think. I don't think we got any storms passed through, so we're ahead of the game on that. We got some great tight competition. I mean, a pound or two can move you up that leaderboard or down the leaderboard if someone else gets that pound or two. And Paul Marks, though, the man on top as it stands right now. This is all unofficial. This is Bass Track. Randy Howell in second place. Randy, a great day one, including just an ounce under an 8-pounder. And he's managed to hang in there because everyone said, well, there's going to be a void without that 8-pounder in his game today, but not much of one. He is held in there. Drew Cook, Jay Shakurit, Trey McKinney, Jordan Lee, J.T. Tompkins, Luke Palmer, and Kyoya Fujita, along with Emil Wagner, constitute our top 10. Bubbling up under there, Austin Felix, who spent some time in the top 10 today, as did Cody Meyer and Lee Livesey. Alex Redwine as well. Carl Jochimson, big fish to put himself up in the top 20 scene there. Cooper Gallant coming from 70th place all the way to 4th earlier today, mid-morning. Pretty impressive stuff. Very tight scores means a volatile scoreboard where things are always moving. Shane LaHue coming back from a slow start in this tournament, looking to bust into the top 20. Cole Sands, Wesley Gore, Taku Ito, Cox, Patrick Lowen, Easton Fothergill sticking in that top 30. It's all about being in the top 50 on this day. Corey Johnston, Patrick Walters, probably one of the odds-on favorites to do very well here. Probably a little disappointed in the standings right now, but looking pretty much on track to make it the top 50.
But 12 pounds for Walters is really like 16,
could be 24.
So he could be in our top 10,
right.
Tommy.
28 could be 38.
Could be 38, absolutely.
10-5 on Bass Track right now.
Jonathan Kelly, the man just inside that 50 cut as it stands right now. Buddy Gross was out. He moved up in there. Jeff Gustafson struggling, trying to hang on in there. Needs to just hang on, make some more ground up tomorrow, find his way somehow back to Fort Loudon and Tellico when we start Classic next year on the Tennessee River in Knoxville. That's a story we'll be following, and a lot of the story will be told at the weigh-in today. Down below, Logan Parks and Brock Mosley. Dakota Aber had it up a little bit higher today. Couldn't sustain that pace. Jamie Hartman, Ed Lochran, Bo Browning, Seth Finer, and David Mullins.
Mullins was one of those anglers, Tommy, that posted, thought I did my job, had 13 and change, found myself below the cut. I'm like, what gives? You know, like I showed up expecting to be okay. Drew Cook.
Look out for Drew Cook here.
Mighty.
Oh man.
Gosh, that damn mighty. Look at her sitting underneath it right now.
Oh boy. Been trying to catch that fish since this morning.
Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me.
Tough luck. He has probably spent close to 2 hours at this point on that one fish.
Aggregate, yes.
And he gets it hooked up.
Multiple stops, too.
And loses it.
I had one of them hooked. I couldn't tell which one it was.
One of many problems at this point, unfortunately, for Drew Cook is, first and foremost, he lost a fish, but then that was the piece of cover that fish was relating to around this bed. So I'll be shocked if the fish comes back, but I did just hear him say, I don't believe it, so it must be back up there.
I mean, it was like a toom. It was just swimming off. I just assumed, at this point, whatever. And then she followed it all the way to the boat, right to where it fell. can't believe that just happened.
He wouldn't be fishing for like this if it wasn't up there. I'm shocked that that fish is back up there that quickly.
Whoa.
There's the bite. Can't catch up, but that's a good one. There we go. Yeah, that's a helper. That got a jumper right there, son. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. That's a helper. That's a helper. It's a skinny sucker, but it's a 3-pounder at least. Gosh, thank you, Lord. Boom.
It's 3. He's got a 2.6 and
there.
Live well. Could be enough to get him back in the lead.
Oh yeah, that's
yellow.
8 or 10 ounces or so.
Yeah.
The world in this event.
Yes, sir. That's significant. Back to Drew Cook.
Mm.
Damn it.
Wow.
She bit it that time. Dude, why does she go ape on it? Why can't she just bite the damn thing?
You see right here? Wanted to make sure she had it swimming with it, and he did, and then missed her.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Fujita thing's kind of heating up here in the later hours of this day.
A lot of guys banking on the first few hours, and some guys are desperate the last few hours bail them out, and that's what today is looking like for Kyoya.
It has happened yesterday. A few guys bailed themselves out in those last few minutes.
I like watching the different anglers' hook sets, and I just noticed that a little earlier, but then just and it looks like he's for some reason like he's setting the hook on a yellowfin tuna or something like that.
It does. He
really
gives a little sweep up like that. Yeah,
Like,
it's different from everybody else.
different.
Who's your leader? We think for now, unofficially, Paul Marks. He headed back towards Green Pond Landing. Maybe get a few more casts in or something.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some more actual top water last longer. We saw Randy Howell. We didn't see much day one. We saw a little bit more Randy Howell today. Paul Marks threatening for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
got a lot to look forward to tomorrow. We'll only have 50 anglers to look forward to fishing, but they're a very important day for them. 10 of them will pass on to Championship Sunday.
A lot of variety here in the last 2 days.
So many different ways to catch them and different situations to catch them in.
Boy, Drew Cook's had some highs and some lows today.
Gosh.
So you mentioned
that one fish up there must feel like she's had her bell rung a couple of times now.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting tomorrow. Ronnie, you mentioned the sun. I'm not saying it's going to make the fishing any better, but it might not make it worse. But I think we might see even some different, chrome top water lures. We heard Paul Marks say to even, it's hard to imagine, but we might see some different approaches, some different, more focus under the docks. Jason Keurig's one of the few people that is fishing around the dock, but if you notice, he's kind of fishing the outside edges more. So it'll be interesting if we get a little sunshine, what some of these anglers do tomorrow.
Weigh in at 3 o'clock tomorrow. We start coverage on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 4.5 hours. We will be on Fox Sports 1 for you tomorrow and Sunday as well. And after that, right here on Bassmaster.com, that's where the weigh-in starts now.